Oh, hi MJ. Oh, fine, thanks. Yeah, I hope you're doing well also, MJ. How have you been? I was on a little earlier today, and I've come up with a kind of a look for this. I'll have to take this down one more, I think. Once I fill this in, it would take over a lot of room. But I should be able to, put the smaller pieces in. These ones, the dark ones, will have to go. I didn't realise how dark they were until I put the lights in. And that will have to be patched. Got back. Oh, really? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, MJ. My condolences. So sorry to hear that. Oh, that's absolutely terrible. Was it a sudden illness, MJ, or was he sick for a while? My sincere condolences. There. I'll see if I can beat this into shape. I remember when my granddad passed away, although that was a long time ago. The last of my grandparents was oh, it was I think 84 or 87. But he was quite old. I think 98 or something. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Well, I'll work on the outside before I do the inside, I think, but it'll take a while to beat this into shape. Now, the problem with these guys are not really giving me exactly what I want in this. That will come out a little kind of unless I do the whole thing with it. That might not be bad. Yeah, okay. Let's say we go high on that. And then we ring it. Well, there's a little bit staring at it. Won't plague me a tiny bit. Okay, what I need to do is change that setting. Oh, hi Saver. Hi, how are you? How have you been keeping? How have you been? My sister played one of his favourite songs. For him. And when it was done, oh my. Oh, that's so sad. That is so sad. Oh, hi, Brandon. Hi, how are you? And thanks so much, Brandon. Yeah, we're starting a new one. We're going with a kind of lost city kind of thing. Ah, that's good to hear, Saver. I'm fine, thanks, and hoping you're doing well. And you too, Brandon. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, MJ was just telling me he's had some very, very sad news. His grandfather just passed away. Really sad. So, this will be a large kind of, well, I won't say lagoon. I'd say a large pond. And that I can sink so we don't show the railings. Like a kind of shrine. We'll have overgrown with trees and grass and stuff, and it'll be similar in the pond and around here, but there's a ton of decorating. The entrance to the cave will be underwater, and we can fit a few settlers inside. I have Gorak outfits, so that should do. Oh, oh, he hung on to the end. Oh my, that is really sad. So this is what I'm doing with this. I did finish another build. It was the medical facility at County Crossing. I got that done, I think, yesterday. Oh, that's good to hear, Brendan. Yeah, it was really sad news, Brendan. Extremely sad news. Now, I'm not really 100% on board with that kind of look, but I don't think we have a choice. If I get a few weeds and plants on that, it's a bit kind of uniform, but we need to have some kind of water on top also, so if we can, get these guys going reasonably well, we just might have a chance. Not bad, not bad. Now, I need to fill this in for a moment because I need to be standing on the middle. So there will be some water up top. It's a pity. When I came here, I thought I could make a large pond here and then drop down onto here. But the shed really hampered me, to be honest. I had to build above the shed, and that cost me at least, one level. At least one level. What is the rock? A cave. Yeah, I'm going to build a large cave, and the entrance will be covered, let's say, with a waterfall. I don't know whether to... I might actually put it right behind that. Or I might go underwater with it. 4 days ago, my dad's birthday, and also 10-year anniversary. Oh. Yeah, it was pretty close, 4 days. Oh, well, thank you, Brandon. I really hate my birthday month. Mine is in December. Always, what's my worst month? August. Yeah, a lot of sad things happen in August. It's usually August for me. Yeah, a kind of grotto. Well, it won't be a kind of open grotto. I have two choices: to either put the entrance behind the waterfall and come out a little bit, or to have an underwater entrance here. You know? But it still needs a lot of work. So that I can design on later. I can work that out a little later. That's not too bad, let's say. But the very first thing I need to do is get my water supply up top. It's not going to look very good if the waterfall is coming from nowhere. Now I can add several of these together to make a wider waterfall. But this will have lots of weeds, and I've got some fish. And this guy here, it's too modern for this kind of lost city look. But what I can do with that is I can hide it to there. You see what I mean? And this like some kind of ancient goddess statue, and we can put probably some flame animation or something. And I'll go with a few dead trees and a few live ones running through the building. You know, like a kind of overgrown temple. That's the best I could come up with so far. But that's not an absolute yet, if you know what I mean. The walls here, well, I've got all of it done. I was on earlier, except for this little patch. Now there'll be plenty of trees, and I'll try and cover this in within reason, as much as possible. It will look an absolutely lot different. Kind of, yeah. Kind of the lost city of Zin. You know, where they kind of went into this mountain and there was a kind of entrance through a slight cave, and it opened up like a large area in a dormant volcano. You know, that kind of thing? Yeah, something like that. But yeah, kind of Atlantis kind of thing. You could kind of have it, I suppose, something like that. I might even consider raising the walls a bit, but that's not my big problem, really. But I think that's okay, and I can, you know, work on that. We can have the pool above. There's two ways I can do this, which I think I will. I will break it out to about here, but open it up, if you know what I mean. And then have another, let's say, on a double kind of thing, coming down. That's another way I could do it. But in the meantime, I've got to put my waterfall in, because that's going to be impossible, you know, once I get my rock face in. So I want it going across the full width of that piece. So I'll need some of these guys, and I need to get these guys to snap, so yeah, I gotta get the nasty things fixed. But it doesn't look much yet, but it would take, you know, I've got some plants and weeds and stuff, and I can kind of get that one going once I get a bead on these waterfalls. But as I said, getting that little guy to snap is not the easiest thing ever. We really need to be going on the inside for this, so what we'll do is we'll remove that, and we need to create a snap here. Now that should be a snap for this guy. There. That's a pretty decent snap. So we'll probably need, well, it's looking like 3. So once I get my, now these are a bit narrow, that's what I don't like about these. But the height is awesome. It's what, 1, 2, at least 3. But we'll see. I'll make a few more. I like it because of the noise. It's noisier than the other tree. It will, yeah. It's not too bad with Place Anywhere. You know, I've had a little bit of practice with this grounded mud, and all it is just rocks and boulders. But, you know, with a bit of work I could do something with it. I have a kind of half idea of what I want, but it will evolve as I go on, you know. Okay. Let's see what these guys look like. Getting them to snap? Wow. That will be the one, won't it? You see what I mean? Oh. Oh, that looks good. I have to admit that looks good. Okay. Come on. All I need you to do is snap, guy. Come on. Oh, what a pity. I'll just get you out of the way. There. That is absolutely not bad. That I can live with. Perfect. I wonder, could we sneak another one in? Oh, hi, TM. Hi, Travelling Mother. How are you? How have you been? And this will be all purified water, but I don't want to fit that in until we're finished most of it, you know? I'm still gonna probably go with our entrance, you know, in here into our cave system. Those will have to be changed. I didn't realize it, but the color is a bit dark. I was doing it in the dark. You see, these rocks have hollow bases. But I'll actually use the grey one. These are a tad bit dark. So I tried, where is it? Where's the one I tried? That one there. That's more like what I need. And I'll fill in all of those gaps a little later. Those are just too dark for, you know, the decor. Oh, I'm fine, thanks, TM. I hope you're doing well also. I've been sleeping most of the day. Cool. It's pretty good. I wasn't too bad. I had about 5 hours. Who did we raid last night? Lyle. Wasn't it Lyle? Yeah, I fell asleep within 15 minutes, I'm afraid. Just literally passed out. It happens sometimes. It all depends, you know, on how tired I am. Now, we do have some hats in this as well. I might dress up one of the guys as Indiana Jones. Now, let me see. Yeah, give him a shovel. So, I don't think making that any wider would really help. No, compared to its size. That would be perfect. Okay. Now, fitting in that piece, it's not essential, but I'm hoping these guys will actually stay. I thought so. Well, it doesn't matter that much. I just need it as a kind of measurement, really. It doesn't even have to be accurate. I don't intend any of this to be exposed anyway. I'm just using it as a base measurement. There. But the main thing is we got a nice, neat waterfall. And now we need to do our rock face. And the problem with that is it's going to cut in a bit once I start, I'd say. It's a pity I don't have more light here. Right. Let's see what time it is. Well, I know what I need to do at the side. But what I'll do is I'll finish the top 100%. That's perfect. 5 o'clock, alright. There. We get a fresh start at this and I get a main save in. I was fortunate with the waterfalls. And they're a lot longer than I thought. At least 3 stories. With that we can kind of go with a kind of ridge on it, I suppose. Instead of breaking it down into 2 sections, which probably wouldn't have looked as good. I like that high waterfall looking thing. I could easily step it up another story, but it would be way too big. Yeah, especially... Let's get in one of the trees. These are the only ones I think would do, but I want to see the scale of the cave towards the trees. Oh, that's our waterfall pretty much set. Now, we don't have to leave this here, but I just want to see the scale and the size so I'll know, you know, if it will kind of blend. But the more we can cover this place over without using too much of the ground, the better. What is that? No. That's not the ones we use, is it? It's a biggie. And that could easily cover that. You see, we couldn't scrap this. See that? But we could do something like that. We'd have 2 around there at least. And we do need a lot of trees covering this place in. But yeah, that would work. Can't get rid of too much of this, so... I'll work on the stuff on the top in a moment as well. We can use... I'm hoping to use some of those animals, although they're not the greatest, are they? They tend to sink down into the foundations. Do you know what would be a cool mod? Traveling modder. You know how you can get these animals and such, and NPCs, let's say doctors, nurses, you know, people laying in beds, sitting in chairs, and that. But let's say, you know those mats where the NPC would be almost static, you know, couldn't move off the mat, and, you know, wouldn't have a lot of script, just minimum movement. You know, let's say you had a bartender and, you know, he just did maybe a little wipe or something and, you know, touch his head, just some small movements. Or the animals where, you know, wherever you put the mat, they would stay there and not drop down. You know, literally attach them to the mat. That would be cool. You could do nurses, doctors, you know, all of that kind of thing. Doing certain movements, let's say, like, you know, like the busy mats, Xbox. Ah, for PC. Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen one for Xbox. That would be a fantastic idea. It would save a lot of hassle. And even better if it didn't add towards the settler count. And took minimum script. You know. That would be an absolute game changer. You know, getting those kind of NPCs in. Oh, hi Tigger. Hi. How are you? Keeping well, I hope. I was just talking to MJ. He had some really sad news. His granddad passed away. It's so sad. But without the possibilities would be endless. Nurses, doctors, police, shopkeepers, gardeners, you know. No messing about with outfits. You know, no assigning, no nothing, just build them. And like the statues. Those lifelike statues. But with minimum movement. Yeah. Oh, that's good to hear, Tigger. Yeah. Yeah, very, very sad. Well, so that's how we'll be going with that. So, I'll be getting as much greenery as possible in here later. And this will be a huge pond. I don't think I'll close it in another one because, you know, this is what? 1, 2, 3. Well, I might even consider, actually. What do you think, guys? You know, closing it in 1 square. This is 3 going, let's say, to keep it to 2. I would have a lot more ground level. It wouldn't take long. And maybe round the edges. And we could have little fountains going in here if I could get the right statue. The docs have no idea what's wrong with my mum. She still has a fever. Oh my. Yeah, oh, that's terrible news. Well, if she's got a fever, she's got some kind of infection or something like that, isn't it? The fever is a side effect, let's say, of your immune system, you know, isn't it, fighting an infection? Yeah, it raises your body temperature. But I hope she makes a full recovery. But usually these things are just like a, you know, like a 48-hour thing. I'm not trying to make light of it, but, you know, I'm hoping that that's the case. Yeah, that would work. We will need a lot of trees, but now is not the time to worry about that. Let's get the top section of that finished. Now, I do not think blue would be a good colour for here. I think green for this one. Mad, that's jumping the gun, isn't it? We gotta get these things finished. So we'll fix the top on this. We'll be kind of forced to use these guys. Well, these are the only ones that are kind of flat surfaced enough for me to get, you know, a kind of edge along here. And that's kind of killing me. Now, what I need to do is my water level. Well, I definitely need to be able to jump up here. Surely I have. Oh my. I need to make a few more. Here, I might be able to use this as a stepping stone. Yeah, okay. You see, I can keep this little ridge going around. This I fill with water, but this will have to be level with the waterfall. Yeah, we can't have that. No flowing from the rock. Here we go. This is the problem with this guy. It's a little bit high. We have to 100% hide that wall. We gotta keep it as close as we can to that. Oh, close. Okay, that's not bad. Is that a wall, is it? There. That's not bad. Okay, well, we'll let your water in from here and it'll be kind of all over the place, but it should work. Originally I wanted to do this off a high bank, but the sheds killed it for me. Yeah, I have that one. Yeah, I have busy settler rugs. That one I've got CM. It's not bad. It's the best I've seen. But they just work like ordinary assigning stuff. It's kind of a hit and miss. Sometimes they'll assign, sometimes not. You know, it takes a while to get them, but you eventually get them. At knocking off time, they'll leave their rugs, if you know what I mean, and go sleep. The best way to do it would be a settler that's literally built into the rug, can't move, you know, and I'd imagine it'd be a lot lighter in script. It wouldn't have to be as complicated as a settler, you know, where you can give them weapons and chat with them and they fight and that, you know, just have them attached to the rug, strip down the script and just have them do minimum movement and maybe a few phrases, you know, and that's it. It would be very light on the script. And once you place the rug, they're stuck there forever, you know. You know, a kind of thing where you could even build a rug in the air and they're still on the rug, an invisible rug. Something like that. But yeah, I have busy settler rugs. It's actually quite good. There. That's the way I'd need that one. Now, this. I might have to change the settings for this, but this is what I'm thinking here. Well, maybe not. A few weeds here and there would make a big difference. You see, I really need to be standing back from this, but this is killing it for me. Ah, you see that one there? That's really killing it. That I can't have. There. That's okay. It can't protrude through the water whatsoever. Yeah. And then I'll fill in this here eventually as well. But yeah, it's gonna be an underwater entrance, I'd say. Yeah, I actually have it. I'll show it to you. It's here. There they are. And they're the rugs. They're the busy settler rugs, Xbox One. They're not bad. They're not bad. They're pretty decent. I'm not sure how that would work, yeah, but I can look into something. That would be extremely popular, I'd say. You know, imagine assigning someone, well, not exactly assigning them, you want the aesthetic of them, let's say, you know, sweeping or working or whatever, with all of the bugs stripped down from that. You would have to, well, ideally you would have to strip the code, I suppose, from the settler. Or else build a settler up from scratch. Then add your own code. But you'd have to do some kind of coding, I'd say. Okay, Sanctuary backpad is defended like a prison. 2 armed guards, 4 every turret, and oh, nice. But for mods like that, for me on Xbox, yeah, that would be a kind of pipe dream. But I'd say if somebody was modding, you know, on Nexus and that, anybody that would be into, oh, any kind of building really, I'd imagine that mod would be extremely popular. You see, I don't know, there could be something like that on PC. I haven't a clue about PC, but if there wasn't, that would be popular, I'd say. Yeah, they'll look nice. They'll, most of the spotlights will add 2 to the fence, Oshi. I think it's 2 or 4, I'm not sure. If you picked up the magazine that allows you to build the security lighting, I think you'll get it in that building outside of Diamond City. In vanilla, that is. Now, okay, you can see what I'm going for here. And we can just move it into shape in a moment. And it doesn't have to be entirely even, but kind of close enough. But they're very good, yeah, I found them. Those busy settler rugs. I'll be using a few of them in here. Yeah, for PC, but I'd have to change certain files. Then it wouldn't work on Xbox, and I suppose that's why it's so hard to do. But all you would need is, well, I'll show you this. Let me show you this. Now, you'll see there's a thing here called lifelike statues. But I'd imagine it would be very popular. Well, it would be hugely popular, I'd say, on Xbox if you could get it to work. Anyway, that was my pop-in. Oh, nice, Yoshi. These are lifelike. So the system would be the same. Especially these guys. So that's basically no movement whatsoever. But imagine that where he had minimum movement, where he would scribble a little bit, let's say, on that, and maybe just move his hands a little bit, and even if possible, a few generic phrases. So it would be a step up from this. And then you could put in NPCs in, let's say, in doctors' uniforms, you know, nurses' uniforms, pilots' uniforms, police uniforms, that kind of thing. But that's the basic kind of version. But a slight bit of movement in the character. That, I'd imagine, would not be easy. But this is probably just, you know, maybe an NPC stripped down like they did for the armor racks in Skyrim. I'm not sure. No. Ah, come on now. And now this is the problem, setting this in properly. Just see what I want on this guy. It's a little high. Well, I actually don't mind the highness on that. I might raise the other one up. I wanted that on a very high embankment from the start from here. But because of the sheds, it ruined my plan. Yeah, I need a system where I can get up and down here easily, because this is going to take forever if I don't. Okay, time to make a decent trellis system. Yeah, just look at this for ridiculousness. And there, I have the high jump, so I don't need ladders. Now, let's see. I kind of like that kind of height, to be honest. How much work would this take to get that in? I need to cover this over because... And we can scrap them after because it's killing me jumping around here. I'll do the glitching to get the corners in later. I like the rounded edges. Although the square edges on the other corners just might work if I'm getting some kind of water system, let's say, feeding from the edges. There. It's actually not bad. Oh, I see. Now, how would we, I know how we get an even look on this guy. And I can measure it going across. There. That is even. There we go, we need to push it in a fair bit, I'd say. Ah, I see. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect, I don't want it too uniform, but it will have to be reasonably right. There, I think that would do it. We just go around the back. There, I can pop that in, yeah, that would work. I'll put another one here, we get it right to the edge of the water on each side. And that should do it, and then we got it all the way around. We'll fill that guy with water. But it can't be a higher level than that. Waterfall, so... Now we'll keep this setting here. Ah, come on. Right. Let's finish this guy. I'll get my water, get it finished up here, and then we can move on. Something bigger on this. Yeah, I'll kind of be stuck on these for a while because I want to be getting these out to the edge if I can. There. That's gonna look horrible, isn't it? It's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah. Same on the other side. And our surround, our water panels. Oh, we need to sleep. But this will go pretty quickly. Extremely quickly compared to the other bills. There won't be a ton of detail out from the flora. No. Yeah, it looks way better in the daylight. Now, the water pans will glitch. Let's see if we can get that surround going. And the other side, obviously. Now, where's my soda? There. Yeah, this should work. I'm definitely thinking about closing in that pond. It's a tiny bit too big, I think. I think 2 squares would be enough. Or maybe a pathway. We could do an overgrown pathway going around the pool instead. Pushing it back one in with an overgrown pathway. We might be able to find one where the actual pieces snap. That would be good. I won't hold my breath for that one. Let me see. Although I said a pathway might be a bit large. Out there. Not exactly the worst. Let me have a look at that one. Oh, it's way too far. I need to twist it. Ah, that's not gonna... Okay. I need to change the settings for this guy. You see? They're both on the same side. They're made on the same side, so... we'll have to turn the grid snapping off. It served its purpose on that one. Now, I need to be high doing this. I need to see it. Oh, hi Stephen. Hi, how are you? Oh, speaking for myself, I'm fine, thanks. And I hope you're doing well also. Hate ads, 1 minute. Oh, yeah, they're kind of compulsory. Those I can't control. But I've never turned the ads on in my channel. But I've been to channels where literally you can be watching and the ads will break on for a few minutes. But they'll always come on. It's probably something about some Amazon TV series or something. It's just ads, let's say, promotional stuff from Amazon. Yeah, well, those ones are forced on us, unfortunately. So, how have you been, Stephen? Oh, yeah. We can do this. Oh, I see. This might not be that easy. That actually might be impossible. Yeah, the angle is too much. You need one, let's say, on an opposing side. But I suppose I could... well, I needed something... Oh, that's horrible. That's not bad. But not exactly what I was looking for. That one here would be the major guide to that's not the worst, is it? But I really, well, I don't mind it being a little different. It kind of adds to it. It's just this thing here. It's coming out far too much for my liking. It's something like that I'd need there. I could try another one, I suppose. But I'm not sure if it would work. Okay, now if we're gonna go with that, it will do for a while. There. Not the worst. Not the worst. Oh. I've been a little rough yesterday. Was the day I used my dosage of meds, and I'm feeling even sicker. Yeah, probably your immune system, fighting against it. Sorry to hear that. Oh, getting sick, nauseous. Oh, that's the worst. Vomit, Steve. Yeah, hopefully it should pass. Yeah. Is it just a reaction to your medication, I suppose? Or maybe you're, just getting a little bit worse before it gets better kind of thing. But I hope you feel better soon, Stephen. Yeah, that would work. Now we can finish the top, get our water pans in, and we can move on to something bigger. There. Yeah, that would work. I have various weeds and stuff, bits of grass we can add in the nooks and crannies on this, but I class that decoration, so we'll leave that till we get at least some of the main structure up. Try and give it that kind of overgrown look if we can. The weeds would definitely work. Now, I have some tree blight, but I won't be using it up that high. I will find somewhere for it eventually. Now, up we go. This will give us a rough level to work on. And I get around the back. Oh, come on. In a moment and move those in. I know they'll be coming in quite a bit, I'd say. Yeah. Now. I hate the bad lighting in this game. It's definitely not helping me. Okay. Let's fix this. I know why they said it can take a month or more because... Oh, that's when I'm in full dosage. Ah, I see. A little bit at a time. Get your body used to it. Ah, they never said every time you get up you feel like... Yeah, it's probably one of the side effects. Some people get them, Stephen, some people don't. I'm the same with painkillers. They make me feel sick almost immediately. Yeah. Had to hand crank an old computer to subscribe. Haven't set up the phone to it yet. Oh. Yeah. I'm probably, when it comes to PCs, I'm easily the most illiterate person, I think, in the world when it comes to PCs. And that is no exaggeration. Now, this is where it gets a little nasty. Just a tiny bit. Now, that I can live with. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, Croc, you idiot. I won't be able to put water here because it will run down into the cave. I definitely won't be able to do that. I would at the very least. I'll have to check. I have to check how far these are going down. I might have to move these. Yeah, the water cannot go into the cave. But let's fix this anyway regardless and see. That's not looking too good, is it? There. That's okay, I don't mind that. Okay, let's try the water panel. I'm not sure if the rock is deep enough. I doubt it's a full panel. It's close, but... I might get away with it. I might get away with it. I definitely don't want to have to adjust that waterfall. I would prefer to adjust the floor and roof inside. Right, let's save that. Let's see what way that looks. Yeah, it's just that corner. I'll drop it down in a second, but that's a pretty easy thing to do. That's not a big concern. The water panels are pretty easy as well. It's just they fill up a full story, you know. And we can't have it coming into the cave. I used a full boulder as a roof, so I'm not quite sure. I don't think that's, let's say, a full, well, it should be, to be honest, because it's off the edge of that and it allows me one in here. Yeah, the water would come down to about there. Exactly. Right to there. On that. Yeah, I think we get away with it. I think we get away with it. I did half consider that when I was doing this. Now, I'm not so sure about using purified water here. I was thinking of using the blue water, but yeah, it'll have to be purified. Okay. Yeah, I like the tempo thing. That from where the super mutants, where Swan is. Yeah, it's a bandstand. You're exactly right, Stephen. It's the bandstand where Swan is, near the Parkside or Parkway subway station, where you pick up Nick, where you meet Swan in the pond. Exactly, yeah, the bandstand, where you pick up that that skill book. That from the area. Yes, yeah, there might be. You're on about the asylum. I know there's a bandstand. You know where Swan is? Yeah. That's what I intend to do, AJ. I have some ferns. I have some potted fern plants as well. I can glitch them. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I intend to do. I'll make use of all the plants. But I can't do it right now because I haven't decided on the design. I'm thinking about pulling this in a bit and changing the shape. So if I start to decorate before I'm finished, you know what happens. I wind up tearing the whole thing up again. Mm. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. Where that big super mutant is, Swan. But if you bring Strong with you while you kill a Swan, you get a big boost of approval from Swan on that one. The biggest boost in anything you can bring him on, actually. Let me see. Come on. There it is. Now, we're ditching those, but that's not a problem. What I'm more concerned about... Well, it shouldn't. I've done my measurements correctly, I think. Yeah, we'll have to glitch them, but... I kinda knew that. I'll put some plants and stuff up here later. Again, we can consider that part a little bit of decoration. These ones will glitch because there ain't no way that we're gonna snap them. There. We get those 4 in and then we check on the inside, but I don't think there's really any need to check. I think we'll be covered. Okay, we get partial snaps on some of these. That's good. I'll take all the snaps I can get. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, we're okay. This one will work. Oh, hi, Boatman. Hi. Oh, you remember it now. Oh, great. Thanks, Bowman. And I hope you are having a great night also. Yeah, true. Set the boundaries before you decorate. Totally. Because I changed my design so much. Yeah. That's how you build in real life. Yeah. You gotta get everything finished. Yep. You never know what you're gonna change. So, how have you been, Baldman? How have you been keeping? We're going with a kind of lost city look. But this is Sunshine Tidings. Let me just save this here for a moment. And we still have to make our entrance, but I'll do that a little later. I can always do that. We were working on this. There's just this side to complete. So basically it just goes all the way around. This was kind of hard to do. It was in the red zone, but I spent a little while and managed to get it reasonably well. That came out a little bit uniform on top, but it was the flattest piece I had, and I couldn't use a different piece on it. It was too jagged. That was iffy as well. That was in the red corner. But all of this has been done, let's see. Just aside on the other one. A day out in Belfast. Oh, cool. Not long back home. First bottle open now. Cool. Hope you all had a good weekend. Oh, great weekend, Bowman. I hope you've been having a good one also. But that's our surround. It wasn't too bad here. That I'll fix later. I'm in no rush on that one. It's a little iffy there on the side. It will take me a while, but once I get down to the bush, I have enough room to build properly. So, just fix up that. That's the highest corner. It's ridiculously high. But the rest is going down to almost, zero. But I'm going to be closing this in. There'll be lots of trees, plants, ferns, overgrown grass. I'll see if I can do something with the shrine. Make it look kind of overgrown if I can. But the more I close in the top of this, the better it will look. If you know what I mean. Some kind of canopy. But I have to be careful because we don't have a lot of room. And I can't use too many trees. But I'll get the nasty stuff out of the way and then I can see where I can go with the next stage. Yeah, we had a wrestling meet. Oh, cool. And greet earlier. Good show. Oh, that's nice. So you enjoyed your day. That's cool. So, it's just, I wanted to get the water panels over and done with. And that won't take much longer. And then I can look about closing in this pond. I thought it was a bit large. Like it's 3 squares around. I think 2 squares around would suffice. Especially at the back here, there's not a lot of room. Yeah, we'll totally be closing that one in. But not until I get this guy done. Now, I've got an interesting door that I might use on this. I'll build it and show it to you guys and tell me if you think it's a bit much. But it's an iris door. Kind of like a Stargate thing. I have not used it a lot. But it's a pretty cool door. And it'll be underwater, so it might work. Finally putting your backyard into Fallout Croc. Love it. Yeah, definitely. It reminds me of a few of the Rocky Craigs and the hills in County Galway. Have you ever been there, Bowman? Especially, let's say, out maybe on the west side of Gort. Really, really interesting landscape. It used to be an ancient sea inlet one time. Excuse me. Now, what did I say I wanted to do? Oh yeah, build that door. Where did I see that guy? Let me show you this one. I think it's here. Or maybe it's in... There's only 3 sections where it could be. But... Okay, it's not there. There it is. Now that will be underwater. There'll be a large step system behind that, but let us roughly put it in for a moment. I'll just line it up pretty rough. I'll raise that with a rock level, or else drop it down with a rock level. Either way. And that will be underwater. I think it works. Now, that might be too sci-fi. If not, I can just use some rocks and then... just make it a kind of narrow opening. A place I'd love to walk about. Nice. Last few years I've only been... Oh, just in the city. Oh, yeah. Supermax, yeah. But I have relations in... Oh, Headford. Oh, cool too. Must get back there sometime. It's been a long time. Yeah, since I was, let's say... Well, the far side of Predomina, so it would be Gort and that. But I do remember as a kid... a pretty large area. It used to be an ancient seabed. But there was a lot of the rocks, let's say... Something like this, going on for endless miles, and if you looked carefully enough, you'd find, you know, animals' ancient footprints. You know, I think it was going back. Oh, it must have been probably at least 3.5 million years, I think. And footprints, you know, from animals still there, unbelievable. I used to do it as a kid. But we'll get rid of that for a while. I think I'll go with, it's too modern. I'll go with it just a cave system kind of thing. And I can glitch the rocks in. Keep it more natural. Okay, let's finish the water panels. I think I'll be able to build these guys up here. That'll save me a bit of time. And then we get rid of, well, we'll get rid of that now, really. So, let's get our water panels in. You've been much to County Clare and Bowman? Let's say it's been over 20 years since I've been. The likes of Liscannor and Lahinch. Yeah, they're pretty nice, especially in the summer. And God knows how long it's been since I've been to Listonvarna. Now, I love the thought of just being in a region. Yeah, me too. Yeah. a really solitary area. Nodding around for absolutely miles. The rock formations are pretty interesting. Oh, Craggy Island. Oh, nice. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Although it's been so mad, hasn't it, for the last few years? You know, I used to do a lot, and then, because of all that virus thing and all that, Hmm. I find the natural kind of building very true because the decorating is the actual build. Yeah, for the most part. Well, this one should go pretty quickly, let's say, compared to my other builds. Well, that's one thing, I suppose. Oh, I see. Okay, we're gonna have to go in to the side just a tiny bit. It's not gonna be very consistent, but we definitely need to get this right. So we'll definitely do this properly, the way it should be done. There. We won't take any shortcuts. For the sake of a couple of more minutes. There. I'll be worth to get it done properly. Oh, that one could do with coming down a bit, couldn't it? There we go. That's all good. Hmm. Found a game. Missed survival. Oh, nice. You'll probably get it. Oh, that's cool. I've never really played the survival ones, but yeah, they do seem appealing. Hmm. Of course, I moved to a part-time to full-time. Yeah, just at the start of COVID. So unfortunately, I had a lot less time to do my own thing. Yeah, but time will be made, definitely. Yeah, sometimes you've got to just make the time. Yeah, I agree 100%, Bowman. Yeah, because before you know it, let's say all those opportunities are kind of lost. But there's a lot of places I'll have to revisit. There. And this way we can be certain everything gets covered exactly. So, well, for this side we just need to do that and that one piece there. It's probably taken twice as many pieces than a normal snap, but we're not going to be snapping that through the rock face anyway, so this is the next best thing. There. Now, we're on the last leg. I was hoping one would do, but that was not to be. I might need 3 or 4, but still. I gotta cover every inch of this one. There. Yeah, you see that a little bit. There, just a couple more. Yeah, it takes a lot when you've got it glitched. Well, there's always a pint on tap for you up here. Oh, nice. I could really do with one. It's been a while. It's been a while. There. One piece. And that's that. That took a ton of water barrels to glitch. Ah, come on, Croc. There. There. Let's have a look. We just gotta get rid of that. There we go, guys. It's a pity I couldn't make this deeper, but I couldn't chance it. Yeah, we still get the glow. That's cool. Right. That's the end of that. We'll decorate it a little later. That would do. Now, okay, we need to close in the front. And I've been holding off on the trims on this for a while to decide what I'm going to do. But it will definitely be that kind of stuff here. It's probably the best thing to work. That stuff I've used there on that one. That would work. Right. Let's see. We just cleared the weather, it's getting dark. What is it about sunshine tidings, or any settlement that's close to the edge of the map, The weather is always brutal. It's always very dark. There, that's a little better. Now, that's where to save. So that's the water system in place at least. Now we close up the front. We'll do the decorating in the cave later. Let's just close up that front. I built the brick walling, let's say, as a kind of, like a measurement system, like a mold. Saves me doing too much gassing. Right. Round 2. Now, there is really and truly only one type of rock we can use on this. The other two are a little wide. Even this one is a bit wide, to be honest, but it's the best of the bad lot. Nice, okay. What if I kind of bring that one out, just a tad, and we layer it up like that? That would work. It's hard to see this. I really and truly need more lighting. I'll push that down a little in a moment, but that's it. As long as it's not coming through the waterfall, we should have no problems. Yeah. Yeah, that works. Alright, bedtime. Have a good night, guys. And you too, Bulma. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it and saying hi. Have a good rest and have a great day tomorrow. And stay safe. Bye. Right. So that's the main cave. I will be putting little bits of weeds here and there in the crevices, let's say, of that, but that's decorating. But that's the main structure. I will be adjusting a little bit here and there on that, but especially there. On that there. just give that a tiny adjust, and then we'll take and we'll move in that swimming pool a bit. There. Yeah. You see that top one? Let's have a look at that. A bit better. That works. No. That guy there, you see the problem with that? I need another one of these. Anything to kind of bridge this gap here. How will you make... Yeah. That works. There we go. Yeah. That's it. Now, we need a save. Yeah, we're totally taking this in. Well, we don't even have a lot of room here. But that will give us a lot more room. What would have been cool is, would, let's say, these walls as a kind of riverbank look. Now, the cave we'll sort out a little later. And let's get a save on this. Now, let's take this in a bit. I was never that happy with its size anyway. Well, 2 squares is exactly what I need for the fish, let's say, when they're centered, so. Shouldn't be a problem. Okay, do you know what? I'm just better off storing these. Now, it's vital we get this running the right side, so... There it is. Right. Grounded. Which one? It's this one here, landscape, glowing sea. Glowing sea. That greenish looking guy. Perfect. Yeah, you gotta make sure they're matching up or it would be a disaster. And that gives us a lot more room, and trust me, we need it. Now, right. That's wrong. Okay, which one is which? There it is. It can't be right. Ah, there it is. There, that's the one. Yeah. Perfect. And we need... No, we don't need concrete. We're okay. There. Right, there's another side. That's a workbench. That's pretty dangerous. We'll have to find a spot for that shortly. That one there. Under no circumstances can we lose that, because that's where we're going to be snapping our water panels. So, we'll give it a little helper there for a moment. Might have to use half ones. Okay. It's wrong. There. Where is it on this guy? Right. Oh, it's on the bottom. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. There in the bottom. There. Ah, that's a much more manageable size. You know, for a pond. That gives us a lot more room as well. Ton, but it is too dark, so... But when I light this up green, it should look pretty decent. I might put in a few green lights later. I don't think they'll cause too much hassle. We still have to finish the rest of that wall, but That's not a big thing. Okay. I would be half interested. It's going to be hard getting those other pieces in, but we should be able to get them, even if we have to glitch them. We'll go for that in a moment. Try and, well, not until we get our water bands in, obviously. Water patterns will have to be perfect. Those grounded pieces, they don't snap well with them. Now, what was it, the back one? Okay. Let's see what. Okay. On the bottom. Yeah, that's it. That's it. We need it at least that size. Now, decision time. I was hoping for a fountain on each corner feeding into this guy. See, these are not. Yeah. Let's see. I can't see anything here that would kind of. Oh, let's see. I might have a different plan for the statue inside as well, but these ones look probably a little better. Where are they? Oh, no fountains anyway. That's. Oh, I need copper. I'll need a ton of copper. Oh, hi, blonde. Hey, hey. Did you get your pet spear settled in? He doesn't stay there. When you dismiss him, he goes right back to where you picked him up. I even used a mod to try and force him to stay. Yeah. But for me, he wouldn't stay in the house. Yeah. He just went straight back to where I picked him up. I even have a mod, let's say, to force followers to stay. Even that didn't work. But I wasn't really too bothered, you know? But it wasn't even, let's say, an option to send them anywhere. You usually get an option to send them somewhere. That didn't even come up. Okay, copper. There we go. Now, it could be the house, yeah. Yeah, probably. The DLCs have always been dodgy, haven't they? It would probably work, yeah, if you brought them to Skyrim. Interesting. Not exactly what I want, but interesting. Bit on the big side. Now, where's the ones I was looking for? Not those. Not those. Not that one. There's another one again. That's weird. I'm nearly sure there was two types. That's two off the Kirby head. That's so strange. There it is. That's more like it. That, let's say here. And then we could put another one on the other side. That would definitely kind of work, doesn't it? I know the colouring is not right, but something like that we will be going for on that. That, yeah, we'll leave it there and we'll see later. We'll see what we can do with that one. Maybe it's the, yeah, totally. Mine is staying, at the museum. I have my house in your house or something like that. Yeah, my home is your home. Yep, that's exactly the same mod I have. My home is your home. That's the name of the mod. Yeah, it's pretty decent. I really like it. It's one of my favorite mods. I wanted to try and do I want to do a bit of experimenting with these. You can size these, but when you go back into build mode, they go back to the original size. If I could size the waterfalls to make a narrow spout, oh, that would totally work for me. Let's do a little experiment. Yeah, we'll do a little experiment. Let me save it before we start experimenting. Oh, really? So probably got, yeah, working, yeah, probably working Sky. Well, if it worked for you, it should, with the same mod. I thought myself it might have been the DLC. Skyrim kept crashing for me earlier, so oh, really? Oh. Kind of sounds like a mod issue. I see Twitch has been having problems. I seen it start on my channel about 4 or 5 days ago, and I thought it was a symptom of a bigger thing. But I looked around at other people's channels, and I don't know if they know it, but they've been having the same problems as well. There's a lot of stats that are not registering on it for the last. It started Wednesday the 4th, I think. I thought it was just my channel. But that's not too bad if it's happening across the board. You know, it's just it's just something that's that they'll eventually get around to fixing. But I've always been paranoid about a Twitch account. I had one in the past, and it was an absolute buggy nightmare. Well, that was a long time ago, about 6-7 years ago. And I literally had to delete the channel. Then I tried it again, and the same problems. And then eventually, I think I went to Mixer. And I was happy enough there. It was a pretty stable platform. And then when that closed down, you know, we were forced back here again. But they did clear up a lot of issues, but I'm hoping it doesn't start messing about again. Yeah, Twitch was terrible. Stream breaking down every 5 minutes. Okay. Just a quick experiment with this. I tried this for the water panels. I couldn't believe I could actually size them, but when I went back into build mode, they returned to the original size. So let's see if it's the same with the water panels. If I could size the waterfalls, yeah, it would be pretty good. Yeah, it's dodgy. It's pretty dodgy. You know, it even got to the stage with a FGS, let's say. He couldn't work his channel at all whatsoever. It kept kicking him out. But he even went to the hassle of starting a new account, and that was the same, exactly the same. It's like it latched onto his IP address and kept him out permanently. I've got, oh nice, almost 2,200 items in the museum. I hope I don't have to start over. Yeah, not after that. Definitely not after that. But it's a lot of items to keep track of. Isn't it, Blonde? But it's simple enough here in Twitch, you know. A little bit more complicated than Mixer, but... okay. Where's the water panels? Here. Let's see if this works. I haven't tried it with these. Now let's see. No. I knew it wouldn't. Yeah, I knew it wouldn't. It's a moving thing. There's no way you're going to resize something that's actually moving. Oh, that's a pity. That's actually very wide. Okay, let's check them on the statues. Look, you have a mod that's a book that keeps track of what I see. What you have and don't have. But it doesn't give you locations. It's for special objects. Now let's go through what I think. You see, the problem with that, it's too wide. Now this one is a lot narrower, but it goes down 3 stories. That's as narrow as it goes. Now, You see, you'd want something... I don't know, I might have to scrap this plan, but I might get back to it later. I just don't have what I'm looking for. That's kind of interesting. Ah, you see, that's the problem with it. It becomes too much. It's not really what I'm looking for. Okay. No, you see, that's just way too big, that water panel. I don't think I'll get that fountain thing working. I don't have the... The Kirby head, but it's quite big. The Kirby head would work, but it's huge. It's too big. Well, it's something to consider. Yeah, it's something to consider. I could change the settings to get it where I want it. And then from there, and then... Come on. You could have that up further. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying. I just want to drop that down a lot. To about there. Yeah, eventually I suppose you could do something like that. Yeah, it would kind of work. The problem with that, it's a bit big. It's a bit big. We'll see how it goes, let's say, proportionally. You know, once we get our gardens and stuff up. Something like that would have to be, you know, on the corner would be ideal. It's just massively big. Oh, I wonder if I could get rid of that. I have structures in green. It's just its size that's killing me. You could have that feeding into your pool. But it's so big, isn't it? It's nice, but it's so big. About half that size. I wonder, can I do something with these statues? Not a hope. What a pity. Well, it's something we'll think about. Oh, hi, Minoc. Yeah, it's not bad, Brandon. But maybe a little bit too big, let's say, proportionally. Unless I change what I do here. And I think I just might do that. But that's a decorating problem there. I have some other stuff with roughly, you know, from residential with the same kind of colouring. Might kind of work. But we'll see. Let's close this in. Oh, fine, thanks, Minoc. And I hope you're doing fine also. Yeah, I never really gone on that. It's too Greco-Roman for what I was looking for. I wanted something more ancient. Oh, speaking of ancient, there's some old walls as well I could use in a moment. But in the meantime, let's patch this guy up. I am going to try and round these. They're a nightmare rounding them, but it's worth a try. Yeah, kind of lost tempo kind of look, Yoshi. Kind of lost tempo kind of look. But with the pieces I have, you know. Alright, let's board this up. We still have lots of other things to do that we absolutely have to get done, so there's no rush on that. We might find something here eventually. I will do my best to round the corners. I think it always looks a lot better when you do. Come on. Now. Now, I will try and get the rounded corners in. Is there any other variation of the Minutemen outfits I should be aware of? No. Except the general's uniform. You get that in the castle. Once you do that quest. You get inside the armory. Yeah, that's the only one. But unless you get a mod, you know. Can I put armor over top? Yes. I think you can. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm sure you can. After the old guns quest, yeah. Now I could change the setting to try and get this in, but we'll see. Oh, it definitely has to be, or else we'll have to go with pillars. Now that's something. The pillars. Although I really like that kind of look, I hate a square edge. Let's see. absolutely hate a square edge. Yeah, with Ronnie Shaw. Yeah. I remember when I was trying to avoid that quest. She would be dogging me endlessly. No. This is the problem with this stupid thing. It's absolutely, literally impossible to snap for some reason. It might be a matter of getting rid of one or the other. So these guys, yeah, snapped one way. But getting them, they're designed to snap this way. Yeah, don't ask me why. It shouldn't really be an issue, but it is a major issue. Yeah, does it even snap at all? Oh yeah, it snaps. Right, take this one out. Let's see if it snaps on that side. Not a hope. Put that back. And take this one out. And see if we can get a snap on that side. There, that just defies beliefs, doesn't it? How these will not snap. How did I do these guys before to force them to snap? Yeah, defies belief. Oh, I tell you how I did it. This is how we did it. Haha! That's how we did it. No. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. It's probably the bottom ones, but I'm not going to tear all of this apart just to get these guys in. No, under no circumstances will they snap. And there's no way I am going to tear that place apart just to get that in. No, we'll go with something different. Just tore that place up for a 0. You gotta love it. Yeah, gotta love it. Okay, we'll keep it square. Why have we got one too many? Ah well, we go square. That's why we've got one too many. Okay, no harm, no foul. Oh, hi Egma. Hi, how are you? How have you been keeping? Well, I hope. Oh. I have a half a plan for that over there. But before we do that, we'll fix up what we need to do here. The trim on this. That's going to take some time. That is going to take a lot of time. Now I could square these, and then we could do something. Nah, it's not worth the hassle. Oh. But that would be an interesting look, let's say 2 of these. We'll check it later. So far I think we're going okay. So, we've got to do it square. Although, to be honest, I should, it really should be able to snap. Don't ask me what's stopping them. Do not ask me what's stopping those guys. It'll leave us with problems in the corner, but I don't think it should be that hard to fix. Well, at least we got these rounded. Okay, that's our wall back in, and that's our new size. I came in to say hi tonight. Oh, that's cool, isn't it? I'm not going to be staying, no problem. Ah, busy day tomorrow, so you want to get some rest. But thanks for stopping in, Igma. I appreciate that. And I hope you have a good rest and great day tomorrow. Do radio towers do anything aside from give you more things to listen to? Well, on the radio tower in the castle and on the radio, you get radio freedom, and that can give you quests. Albeit, let's say, some of them are just stuff that you spam over and over again. But, you know, out from that it would be just radio freedom. And you can tune in on almost every radio, let's say. But that's all I do. Yeah, just give you something to listen to. Yoshi. Okay. Now, I'm not too bad about the water pallet jet, but we will eventually need a design for that. But we still have a lot to do here and in the cave. And then the decorations itself. I want to do the decorations, but now is not the time. Not until I get this finished. Let's have a look at this guy here, because this really is our main problem. So, what do we do with a thing like that? Let's have a look. What about the ones that dot the oh, those ones? No. There is one, I think, that has a few dead bodies beneath it. Yeah. I think so. Or maybe I'm thinking about Fallout 3. There might be a quest on one. A kind of minor quest. I'm not sure, it's been ages. You see, most of the time I get Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 mixed up. But mostly, yeah, there's no real use for it. The best thing to do is when you get to a radio tower, if you're not sure, Yoshi, Google the radio tower, and if there's any quest associated with that tower, you'll find it straight away. Mm. There might be one, I think, associated with a quest, but it's just a minor one. I don't even think it's saved, let's say, in any of your quest log. Mm. Yeah, that's probably the one. But I think that's the Chinese one, isn't it? You get a Chinese outfit or something and a hat. I think that might be the one. I don't bother anymore with the tiny minor quests. But I usually miss those ones. I wasn't sure whether that one was Fallout 3 or this one. But there's one, I think, with a Chinese in a bunker, isn't it? Or I think there might be another one, let's say, there's some refugees. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I did those, little minor ones. I usually, let's say, stick to the ones that say that, show up in your menu after you finish them. But you'll have to track down that one. If you're looking for that, I think it's very hard to find the entrance. It's like an underground tunnel. When you get really close, bring up your local map. You'll have a better chance of spotting it, if you've passed the doorway. Can you remember that one, Blonde? That distress signal one? I remember it, but I kind of remember it. Now, let's clear the weather. Did we save this? We did. There we go. Okay, what do we do with this guy? I have a kind of, I suppose, half a plan. But I'm not sure if it will work. The Kirby statue is way too big to use 4. You could possibly use 1 or 2, but 4... no way. Unless you really change this build. That was not bad, but maybe not. They're a decent size. Now let me show you the stuff I have. It would definitely go with the statue a bit better. In Fallout 3, there's a factory full of... Probably I'm thinking of that one. Yeah, I know that one, yeah. It's near, the graveyard, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, you get some more goodies. The Chinese sword. Yeah, and the Admiral's hat, yeah. The Chinese ghoul. Yeah, I think I remember them. Stuff here in residential. There it is. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. These guys, but you see what I mean? They're not bad, and it might kind of work in a kind of sense, but we would have to get these guys to snap each side and then come on, will you just snap? Stupid thing. I don't know if this could be done. You see, I need it on both sides or not at all. It would, but that's kind of saucy. It's not bad, it would give a kind of tempo look, but okay, what have we got here? Not what I'm looking for. The coloring is good, but the laser musket, yeah. I don't think I have the pieces, guys, to do what I want on this one. They're not gonna work. Where did I see the other ones? Let me see. No, they're the only ones. There's the ones back here, I suppose. Where did I see them? They're interesting, I suppose. Oh, come on. Here. Okay. There's the trims, but no, they're actually in industrial. I seen them in industrial somewhere. It would take ages to find these. No. It'd take too long to find these. It doesn't matter anyway. We have too much to do. It's definitely not there. I used them before on a build. A rocket turret. Oh, for a settlement defense. Oh, probably some people would. Then there's these ones here, capital city. Not any good. I don't know, making our own building might not be possible. But definitely not for the look I want. But I did see something here. It's like a gold trim. I'll show you the roofing pieces. We might be able to use those as well, but the colour is all off. I'll show you the roofing pieces here. And it should be in roof decorations, awnings. These guys. But I know a bit much. I think there might be a bit much. You could build a small temple with that. That is not a bad look, I suppose. You know, stuff like that. No. Okay, we'll leave that for a while. Until I find something decent. Maybe the way we were going was probably the best system. I'll do something with the grills. We'll cover those over. Some weeds or something. And hide them. But if we're going with that, we can't use that green statue. Now, okay, we might as well do this. Alright, let's get these pieces. I would think that a rocket turret would be more destructive towards your settlement. Kind of, yeah, kind of. But I don't think if you point them in the right direction, I don't think they can, you know, turn all the way around back to your settlement. Yeah. But a few of them in the right spots, let's say out from your settlement, on a high tower, covering the bridge and covering that place would be ideal. But it makes very, very short work of raiders in seconds. Yeah, it would, in a straight line, yeah. But you'll find it the most effective way, if you place them correctly. Okay. Let's get these guys in. Now, if I'm doing this, I would... it's the water panels, isn't it? Really like to get the water panels in, but we will need a ton of water. I want to see if I can get, let's say, if I can get them to snap on this. Well, we'll need the water regardless anyway. Can't see us snapping much, so I think we'll be glitching these ones. We'll still have enough room to work beneath it, let's say, on what we're doing. So, shouldn't be too much problem putting these in. But it's best we put them in now, let's say, before we do the side pieces. I'd rather glitch these than the building blocks I've done. Oh, now that's good. That's what I wanted to see. That's exactly what I wanted to see. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Will these go back? Oh, cool. Nice. Yeah, we have a decent chance at this. Oh my, what's going on there? Yeah, okay, we still have a decent chance. There. Did I see one click in there, did I? Perfect. Well, that's the case, we'll probably work on that one as well. We can glitch it if we have to, but... There. Okay, you don't want to do that. Of course you don't. We'll ditch you. You're not a biggie. There. Yeah, we might as well fill this in and get it done. It will be okay decorating here because this is the size. That's the size I know I'm gonna keep. I forgot I ran out of sim packs. Oh. Yeah, we'll start doing our pond. But I think we get our water in and get it over with. Where's our bed? You haven't seen. Get it done. Get her done. It is an old one, isn't it? Get her done. Yeah, it's been absent a while, hasn't it? There's still plenty of things we have to do. I'm just hung up on what we're going to do in the center. Oh, we should be able to get this neat. It's all about getting that guy neat, isn't it? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that one will be glitched. That's guaranteed. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of guaranteed. Okay, it's time to change the settings. How have I not overdosed? That's, yeah, that's kind of impossible, I think, in the game. But in real life, yeah, yeah, it would be possible. There. The nightmare will be the caps. There ain't no way, and they're going in the easy way. But we should be able to get them relatively easy, you know, compared to... There. There. That's our water all the way up. It will look a lot better once I fill the caps. But in the meantime, I'll keep going with it. They call stem packs. Stem packs. Yeah, for the longest time. Yeah, like the stem cell thing. Like, I remember when I first played this game. Was it this game? No, it was. Oh my! It was Fallout 3. Yeah, and I used to hang out with guys. I used to always call Batista. And I still actually fall back into that word. I kind of picked it up from them. Yeah, they were forever calling it Batista. And now I can't shake it. I've got to think before I speak. It's funny, you know, how you can pick up, you know, certain words if you hang out enough. It's probably the same with certain sayings and even accents, I suppose, to a certain extent. Okay, I don't know what the story is there, but that will not go back in if I take it out. No. So, what's going on here? Okay. Well, we'll snap as many as we can. We might be able to get it from this end. Oh! We have a wild one here on our hands. Yep, we do have a wild one. Oh, that's kind of strange. Yeah. I don't get this. These building pieces. Oh, they can work from one side, let's say, and then not work from the other. You see that? Some will snap and some will not. Oh, really? But it's vital we get this as neat as possible. You see that it almost snapped. Okay, so let's just move this guy then. Yeah. I know exactly what it is, but I don't know if we can, we'll probably have to cover this with something. We'll have to move those to get them in. That is the stupidest thing I have ever seen. Yeah, that's really stupid. Who knows, we might have to glitch these guys in. If we want to get it clean. Bethesda, Bethesda, Batista, Bethesda, Batista. Yeah? Yeah, Bethesda. Yeah, I can glitch them, but I really like to get kind of clean snaps on. Even that one has not been. They're not snapping right. I could actually put these in a lot better than the way they've been snapping, to be honest. Look at that. That's it. Okay, we'll save this one. Now, what I can do with this as well, we can use the rock formation in here as well. That would probably work as well. Well, we'll keep at this. We'll keep at this one. H and Hesda, yeah. Bethesda. But correct me if I'm wrong. It's called Bethesda because that's where the company started off, isn't it? A place in California named Bethesda, I think. Yeah. They bought the IP from oh my god, who was it? The Fallout IP. Interplay. Yeah, Interplay was the guys But the creators were, well, the Interplay owned the IP, got into trouble, and Bethesda bought it up. Who were the developers? Black something. Black Ash or Black something. Yeah. Yeah. Bethesda. Don't matter how it's pronounced. Yeah, it's all the same. I can't remember the name. Black something. But I do remember Naughty Dog. They're riding pretty high now on a few of the games they did, but I can remember those guys when they were a pretty small crew. When they were ripping off Mortal Kombat back in the mid-90s. They've come a long way. Now, that I just can't understand that one, where we're not getting any snaps whatsoever. I know if we move this out, we're dead in the water. And I'd rather glitch the water panels than the walls. And they're impossible to get back right. Well, let's go along with this. We'll see how many of these we can fluke in. There you go. Just the ones at the corners really, and these ones here. Oh, I see we might have to sacrifice these, and most of them should put back on if we remove the outer panel. It's just around the corners that are giving us hassle. Now, we could square it, which we probably might have to do. That would probably solve a lot of our issues. Some reason it doesn't like that. So, out from these panels, trouble panels. Yeah, this one kind of went in correctly. I wonder if I managed to get down low enough on this. Nah. I'm telling you, that really wanted to I don't know where that one is snapping. It's probably going down a good bit. Okay, decision time. Well, to be honest... Oh, Croc! You idiot, you used the wrong ones. Okay, let's scrap those. Oh, hi Hufflepuff. Oh, I'm fine, thanks. And I hope you're doing well also. Yeah, Croc done used the wrong piece. I totally used the wrong piece. Well, that can be easily rectified, I think. Now, I keep forgetting it's the last one here on the edge. So, what have you been up to, Hufflepuff? I think I'll square up the edges, guys. Although it would be easy to glitch them. Well, it all depends on those, doesn't it? Be nice to get those to snap back on. Now, there we go. This is where we save. Yeah, this is what we've been doing, Hufflepuff. We're going with a kind of cave here. We still need a bit of work. I'll have to build... Oh my. That could be a problem. Well, I'll have to get rid of another one of these ones. You know, if we're going to make our way in. Well, we're kind of forced with a waterfall to push it in. Oh my. Well, we can still work as long as I can. Yeah, I can fit under this. And I'll make my stairway up. That should be okay. Get rid of you. And I'll just put the rocks in and we'll use slabs as a kind of stair system. Yeah? I'm well, can't complain. Nice. Just trying to fall asleep. Hopefully soon. And that's awesome. Yeah? You were probably pretty busy today. Yeah, we'll swim, let's say, in here to get to it. Kind of going for a kind of lost city look. You know, that kind of thing. Not so sure about that. But once I get this done, what I could do with some kind of fountain system as well. And I'll plaster this with trees and weeds and try and get ferns and try and get that kind of overgrown look. But that will be a little later. I just gotta work out what I need to do here. And I am really tempted to square off the edges on this. Not really. Just been playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Cool. Yeah, I'll be playing that shortly, I think in about 2 or 3 days. I just got about another stream left in Skyrim tomorrow. And then back the day after to this, and then probably start off Valhalla then. I haven't even turned it on yet. But looking forward to that because I haven't played it before. But I've played, I think, all of the Assassin's Creed games except, what were they called? Those really cheap platformer games. Chronicles. Yeah, I haven't played those. This really doesn't want to snap anywhere, does it? It really doesn't. Okay, we glitch them. Yeah, we glitched them. I can't waste any more time on these. Well, it was a nice try, but it'll be easy enough. Now, let's get these ones back on. Unbelievable. Okay, we'll start with this one. Okay, I don't know what's going on here, guys. I think we'll have to move these out of the way. Yeah, I think we need to move these and then we'll slot them back in, but that should do it. Okay, this is ridiculous. there. Got to be kidding me. Oh, we can't glitch them, guys, but... You know... This is not what I had in mind. This is definitely not what I had in mind. Uh-oh. What have we got here? No, this has promise. Except that one, that won't work. Such a drag, isn't it? There we go, it's just a matter of angle. Just a matter of angle. Yeah, we'll get it, we'll get it. We'll get it. Come on. Yeah, it can be done. It can be done. Just takes a bit of patience. We'll get it. Hope you sleep well. Oh yeah, you were saying you were trying to get to sleep. Ah. Have you been staying up late, Hufflepuff? That would really do it. Yeah, totally mess up your sleep schedule. But it's hard to resist staying up late if you have a few days off. 44. The highest I've ever had the defense in Sanctuary was 2000. It all depends. Well, there's no need to worry too much about defense, let's say. Because the way defense works, if you've got... Well, the way it works, you've got to take settlers, food, and water into account, resources. So, let's say... If you have 20 settlers, and you have the minimum 20 food and 20 water, so that's a value of 60. So if you add about 50% to that, so 90 or 100 defense for something like that. But it doesn't really make a difference. It only makes a difference at the start when you're not there. It determines the outcome of success rate. Let's say if you don't go back and help them, you know, whether it failed or not. But the problem with that system in Fallout is I think it caps out at somewhere around 200. So as you're leveling up and the raiders are leveling up, so once you get to about maybe level 60 or 70, it doesn't matter what kind of defense you put there, you won't change the odds. It's badly designed, you know. The only thing, let's say, for defense would be for that. But I put 2000 defense in Sanctuary, and 70% of the time they were unsuccessful, let's say, you know, defending against an attack. There is, Stephen, yeah, there is a build limit. You can get rid of it with mods, but you don't have to. You can do it in vanilla. Or basically, once you get to your limit, have a ton of old weapons, dump them on the ground and scrap them, and you'll bring down the build limit. That's the way I used to do it. Well, the defense... Well, for that kind of thing, 18, 40, 50, 64... You would definitely need at least 100 defense. But to be honest, just put 200 on it and leave it at that. Because it won't make a difference after that. You know, once you get to 200, doesn't matter how many people, how much food you have, it's only going to give the same values, you know. Let's say in the outcomes. So that's why you really don't see anybody overdoing it with defences. I did a lot of experiments with it and couldn't change the outcomes. And then I gave in and I googled it. And it was capped, I think, at 200 or 300, something like that. Which is useless because it didn't take into account that as you're leveling up, the raiders are getting tougher that's attacking. So... that didn't work out too good. Yeah, we'll get these in and then we'll glitch the other panels. Okay. I think that's the best outcome we could get. Well, at least, you know, we can get one of these in. But you won't do that with these panels. They'll have to go in the hard way. My God, we're up against it here, aren't we? Now let's try that. Hey! There we go. Now don't be like that. There. Yeah, we'll do it the hard way. We might even have problems with those. Oh, let's see. All about angles. There it is. You get the angle right. I guess it's a matter of feeling good. Yeah, it is. About it. That's totally what it is. I kind of want to do a build for my own and not pay attention to the settlers. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of feel the same way. Sound very interesting the way Croc describes them. I'm saving up for a Series X. Oh, nice. Not as much difference as you might think, let's say, from the Xbox X. Loading times, much better. I don't see much difference in the graphics, although there probably is, but it's always the case with consoles, really. You know, each generation after the next is just a tiny bit better than the last. It doesn't really go in leaps and bounds, does it? I think what they did with them mostly is, let's say, you know, for this new generation of games apparently that's coming out, they'll be more suited to run those. Although it could be a long time before we see this new generation. They'll want to wait till the older boxes have been kind of, you know, gone out of action because they'll want to sell their games. So it will be a long time before we get this new generation of games, if at all. They're not too bad, Yoshi. Mm. I did want a PlayStation 5, but with Starfield probably being... Oh, there's no doubt about it. I would say that is not a problem. I think that's a definite. And who can blame them? Stephen. Sony have been doing it for 2 decades now. So, yep. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Yeah, and if there's any new Fallouts or Elder Scrolls, they will at least, for the first 6 or 12 months, be an exclusive on Xbox. I haven't had one really since the 360. Oh. I do the same if I owned. Yeah, that business. Yeah. Microsoft didn't, but I think they will now. But Sony even went to the extreme of, you know, third-party games. You know, not developed or made or paid for by Sony company. They would give these game companies, let's say, a lot more cash to sell it to no one else, to just have it on their platform. So, you know, they did, well, it's business, you know, I suppose. So, really, to be honest, Sony can't complain if Xbox does it, if Microsoft, you know, actually goes down that route, which I'm sure they absolutely will. But not only did Sony do it with their own games, but any games they had on their platform, they went out of their way. They get millions more, let's say so, and it could only be bought on PlayStation. Oh, hi, Unspoken Notes. Thanks for following. I appreciate it. Welcome. How have you been? But we're doing a kind of lost city thing here. This won't take as long as my other bills, but it's still going to take a bit of working out. Yeah, business bully tactics. Yeah, apparently the gaming industry is very brutal, Stephen, and very cutthroat. Like, Bethesda are no angels. They, let's say, had a absolute ton of lawsuits against them when that acquisition was made by Microsoft. So obviously they'll be settled or sorted out in some way before that acquisition, you know, is absolutely official, let's say. But what they did to Obsidian, well, I'll always say allegedly. What they allegedly did to Obsidian and a couple of more guys, it's almost criminal. It's literally stabbing your best friend in the back, you know, kind of thing. But I suppose they're absolutely all like that, you know? Mm. Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, you gotta. How can I say it? You have to be absolutely heartless. But big business is based on capitalism, Stephen. You know, it is sheer pure capitalism. And, you've got to follow the money. No, I don't think I could do it either. You know? I don't think I could do it either. Capitalism is a good system. Obviously, it is. I do believe that people need to get paid fairly for the work they do. But when you see mega corporations making trillions of dollars and record profits, while, let's say, the poorest of the poor are struggling to find enough to eat or to put a roof over their head, and they keep raising the prices on those, how much money is enough? Where do you draw the line? Mm. And the problem with that system is, if they make $1 trillion, let's say this year, they'll need to make more the next year. And that's what it's all about. Now, there's only so much you can charge for a product or a service and that. And what tends to happen then is, in pursuit of more profits and more bonuses for the CEOs, they will start to squeeze the worker. They'll start to get them to do more work in the time that are there. They'll start to drop their wages and drop their benefits. They'll do it bit by bit. They'll nibble, a little bit here, a little bit there. Before you know it, a person has to have 3 jobs just to get enough to eat and a roof over their head. That's capitalism gone wild. Now, there was a time before capitalism, and it wasn't great. So, um, especially after an industrial revolution, let's say, the capitalism thing kind of kicked in. And it was, for a time, a good system. And over the centuries, it's been refined, let's say, to suit the population. But it's been a long time since it's been adjusted, and it needs to be adjusted again. Yeah, definitely. Is well known for treating their workers. Yeah, and the games companies as well. You know. But imagine working in a job where you're afraid to ask for a day off, or you'll be sacked, or you're afraid if you're sick. You know, it's medieval. It's absolutely medieval. And it did go on a lot, let's say, during medieval times. But then, obviously, the plague came along. The bubonic and pneumonic plague. That wiped out about 1/3 of the workforce. So workers were pretty scarce. So they could, they had a bit of clout, so to speak. Then the unions were formed, and I think the first unions were formed in Britain, wasn't it, Stephen? Wasn't it some carpenters and stonemasons got together in a village and formed a union? I know most of them were murdered, but they eventually, got it through to the government that that's the way it's got to be. Hmm. We're absolutely terrible. Yeah, absolutely. And they lasted all the way up, I think, to the mid 1800s. You know, Dickens would have been the best example. Of how they were actually ran. They were cruel, absolutely cruel. You know, But the church did take over a lot of the workhouses. Um, they had the right idea. They wanted to put a roof over people's heads, let's say, and feed them, which is good. The only problem, the organisation was too big. The people that had doing those jobs, you know what it's like. If you give somebody absolute power, what's going to happen? You know, it's all going to go sideways. And the problem with the church is it tended to, much like our police force, cover up any indiscretions by their members. They could literally do whatever they wanted to do. And the worst thing that would happen is they would transfer them to another diocese or district where the whole cycle would start all over again. It was a huge benefit to workers, yeah. Yeah, there were serfs, basically. Yes, yes, that's absolutely right. Yeah, they had no choice. Supply and demand. That's another part of capitalism. It's a strange system. If you think about it, the more of something you sell, the more expensive it gets. Supply and demand. Yeah. Absolutely nothing. They were actually afraid to lose their workers. Um, Take, let's say, during maybe the early 1900s, the late 1800s, all the way up to the 1950s. Let's say take the US for instance. There was always a shortage of workers, so an employer had to be pretty nice, um, especially let's say around the late 1800s, to their workers. They had to make sure they got decent wages and they weren't abused, because number one, they would move to a better job, or number two, the government was giving away free land to homesteaders. And a lot of these immigrants were actually farmers anyway, so that would have actually suited them just fine. So, you know, but that stagnated during the 1970s and has never recovered. Lots of things to blame. The fall of the unions, obviously, and the rise of the corporation has finished all that. And it will eventually get to the stage where you'll probably see trouble. No, nothing is perfect. Exactly. It's the best thing we have. But we've always adapted it, Stephen. You know what I mean? Capitalism has always been adapted, maybe every 50 years, but not for the past century, you know. When capitalism started out first, let's say, there was do's and don'ts. You know what I mean? But now it's a frenzy, an absolute frenzy. Like, we started off with feudalism and other systems, and then eventually, you know, everyone said, okay, we've had enough of this. And then we moved to a different system. Eventually we got to capitalism. It worked for the longest time. It did. It did work. But it started to go downhill, capitalism, after mechanization, after the Industrial Revolution. It started to slowly decline, let's say, as machines can take over, let's say, workers' jobs. Less jobs, more people. You see? You see where it goes? You know what I mean? So, like, a lot of people would say it's time to move on. You know, capitalism was good while it lasted, like we did with every other system before that. Eventually, you know, everyone said, well, okay, we've had enough of this. It's time to do something different. You know? But, yeah, it will last for a long time more, you know. But it is really under threat. You see what's happening all over the world, how people are reacting to austerity and let's say unfair taxes and and stuff like that. And that's another symptom of it, I suppose, in a way. You know what happened in France when they had enough. Hmm. I just think it needs. Yes, exactly. It needs improvements and refining. Totally. No, you cannot throw capitalism in the bin. That would be silly. Um, it like every system needs a little bit of another system. The good parts, if you know what I mean. But I do believe if you pay your taxes, you should reap the benefits. The poll tax was absolutely ridiculous. There was a lot of. I remember that. Yeah, it basically is. But do you want to hear a silly, silly, silly tax that we had mm, about 150 years ago? I know it's a long time, maybe a little less, maybe 120 years ago. We pay tax on everything. Yeah, yeah. It's another tax. It's just that we want more money, you know. But I was looking at your finance minister there, and what he was doing, let's say, on social welfare payments in the UK. He is a nasty piece of work. He cut £20 from the poorest of the poor. People who couldn't survive, on what they were getting. And he cut them £20. And one of the guys said, well, they don't need it. What? These guys are on what? Your average MP, what, £80,000 a year plus? That's not to mention all the side gigs they do. They all have other jobs with companies, raking in hundreds of thousands, you know, which is a total conflict of interest. And these guys are cutting, oh, absolutely disgusting. Is it true that his wife is, well, he's a millionaire, multimillionaire. She's like a billionaire or something. And she's doing that kind of I'm not a resident tax thing. That was a big thing in the British media, wasn't it? There you go. Rules for thee, but not for me. And wasn't that the minister for, was it finance or something? I'm not sure. But I just got a bit of it, but my jaw dropped, when I heard what was going on. But I heard it's getting so bad in some places that people won't buy vegetables because I don't know how true this is. You know what the media is like. They do like to make things dramatic, but it's possible. They won't buy vegetables because, they can't afford, the power. Of course, the energy bills now would be going through the roof, Stephen, wouldn't they? Because of the cut-off, let's say, from Russia. I've said that 1,000 times. Europe is too dependent on Russian gas, especially Germany. Tax on savings, yeah. Tax on everything. Yeah, it's taxed about 10 times, isn't it? It's taxed about 10 times. But one wouldn't mind the taxes if one was to reap the benefits. If you know what I mean. If they were ploughed into, let's say, properly into the public sector and in education and, creating more jobs and benefits if, you get into hard times. Yeah. It is. It is. It's just another excuse to get more money. Like, when they get away with poll tax, you know, like, they could have, let's say, clean air tax. You've got 5 bedrooms tax. You've got red hair tax. Where does it end? But speaking of ridiculous taxes, we had a tax here one time where a guy would come around. This is going back maybe 120 years. Ah, I see. Um, what was I saying? Yeah. Where a guy would come around and inspect your house and you would be taxed according to, listen to this, you would be taxed according to how much sunlight was getting into your house. So the bigger your windows and the more windows, the more tax you paid. So that's why when you see the really old abandoned ruined houses here, the windows are tiny, and some don't have windows at all because of the tax. Now that was a tax and a half. Yeah, they bricked them up. A sunlight tax. Come on. But it's getting that way again. When I heard about the first time about the poll tax, it reminded me straight away of that. Yeah, yeah. I heard it was, well, it was ridiculous, to be honest. Imagine taxing someone on sunlight. That took, that took guts. Yeah, it was pretty harsh. Oh my. Hmm. That was Rex. I'm glad I wasn't around for long. About 10 years. Ah. But yeah, obviously we need to pay taxes. But taxes like that, well, that's just, what could I say? Taking the pee, isn't it really? That's like saying, give us money, so what are you going to do about it? Yeah, I thought so. Kind of thing, you know? There we go. Now we got all of our surrounding, we just get these guys back. And then we'll do it the hard way, as usual. Yeah, they'll never go. Well, what can you do? We'll do them the hard way. Now, there we go. I used to be interested in history and architecture. I've always been. But been out of that loop for a while. In the future, when there's not much trees left. Yes, there'll be a breeze, yep. Well, if they did it with sunlight. But, as I said, I think, yeah, obviously there should be taxes, but fair taxes. A country does need revenue, but the corporations are not giving their fair share. Like, there's some corporations, maybe the top 20 corporations in the world, through loopholes and things, are paying practically absolutely no tax. You know, where are you gonna go? Like, if every corporation, like, you see, under this capitalist system that we have, you could pay up to what 40-50% of your wages. Okay, a corporation can get away with zero tax and make a trillion. You know, there's loopholes, and like there's even some companies that actually get money from the government. You know, rebates back on the wages they paid and all of that, wages that I have to pay. You know, that is a fatal flaw with capitalism, where everyone is not paying their fair share. The only difference with, let's say, socialism is everyone has to pay their fair share. You know what I mean? If you're paying 46% of what you earn, corporations would have to do the same. Everyone pays the same. That's the only difference. That money then is, let's say, funneled into, you know, education, infrastructure, you know, things like that. But I've yet to see a country that actually abides by that. There is no true socialist country. They adapt bits and pieces of it, you know, here and there. And for the best part, it kind of works okay, you know what I mean? But still, corporations, you know, are getting away because certain countries are afraid that these companies will move. There's a law in Germany, which is actually a pretty good one. If you start off a company in Germany, before you can move that company, you've got to get permission from the town council, before they move. Or it's actually criminal. So, let's say you start off a company in a country and you get really wealthy from that country, and then to avoid tax you move your company to another country, yet still, let's say, supplying the country you're left and still getting the profits, and funneling them through a country, let's say, that doesn't charge as much tax. Yeah, they can't move. They've got to get permission. Let's say if a big company started up in London and they wanted to move, they would have to get permission from the London Council to move. Or they couldn't. Or if they did, they were going to jail. And everyone knows that law before they start off a company. So, let's say if you could move your company to some foreign country where the workers would work for, let's say, 1/5 of what the workers are working for in London, and you could avoid 90% of the tax, well, that's not going to work. Yeah. But that was introduced, I think, around the 50s or 60s in Germany. Then there's another bunch of guys running a cooperative in Spain. They're about as close to a kind of socialist run factory as possible. The way it actually works is the highest guy in the chain, I think, can get no more than 10 times the pay. I think it's 10 times the pay of the lowest guy. So if the lowest guy is on €200, let's say he's on €500 a week, the CEO could only get 5,000. So if the CEO wanted to up his wages, he would have to up everyone else's wages as well. So it's a fair system. Bernie Sanders stopped talking about millionaires once he became one. Now he's just the billionaires he has issues with. Bernie has some interesting ideas, but would he actually implement them? You know, it's not as easy as Bernie makes out. Maybe he has good intentions, maybe not. I have listened to him. But he's dead right about corporations. But we've heard this type of thing before. You know, people saying, well, I know the problems, and they named the problems, and they said, if I get in, I'll sort these problems. But they never do. How many times have we heard this from guys running for office, that they'd fix all of these problems, and they can name the problems, they know them exactly. But once they get into office, they make absolutely no change. I'm not saying if Bernie would make it a change or not. I don't know. I don't think he's ever been in office. Everyone should be paid the same. Yeah. Oh, of course it does. Of course it does. But it's an interesting system they have in Spain, where the CEO of a company can make, I think it's, I could be wrong, maybe it's 20 times more than, it's either 15 or 20 times more than the lowest paid guy. I know under a capitalist system, not a lot of people would take that job, if you know what I mean. But if it was implemented worldwide, you know, maybe they could find some other way, but they get around it with bonuses or something. But these guys actually own the company, Stephen. The workers bought the company out, so they all have a say on how the company is ran. Also, if there's a meeting about what they're going to do and which direction the company is going, they all go to the meeting and they all vote on it. They work 4 days a week, and Friday is, company time. So they're all basically shareholders in that company. So the work they do is for themselves. Yeah. Now, I don't know if it would work worldwide. That would remain to be seen. There have always been in politics and done nothing but get rich off lobbyists and loopholes in their money. Yeah, yeah. But I suppose that's the system, isn't it? Why should they change it? It would be silly to change a system that you benefit from. But 90% of the rest of us are not benefiting from that system. On the contrary, we're actually suffering under it. But there must be some of these guys that are actually wondering if they're pushing too far. I know most of them think they can do what they want. They could say to you, you've got to come into work, you've got to work 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. We're going to cut your wages in half. And what you going to do about it? Lots of people are like that. But I'd say there must be a few of them that think, hang on, how much can we actually get away with before, you know what I mean, it hits the fan. But I've seen big changes, Stephen, and they don't take... Yeah, that's working... Yeah, basically, yeah. I've seen big changes, and it's not a slow crawl. It happens very, very quickly. You've seen, well, let's say the French Revolution. That went from 0 to 0 pretty quickly. Of course, the abuse of the people was there for the longest time. It was really, really bad. Okay, let's get these ones in, and we'll start to put these guys. And we'll get them sorted. When we have the water panels done, we'll get the side guys in. And I could talk about history forever. But, if you think about it, Stephen, who would not want a system where you would actually benefit from the taxes you pay, or benefit more? And instead of, let's say, money going into the coffers of huge companies for stock buybacks and $100 million and $200 million bonuses, private jet planes, all of that stuff. We would not want to see at least a fair amount of that go towards education, healthcare, infrastructure, So many things it could be used for. These people have more money they can spend in 1,000 lifetimes. But it's still not enough. Where you get 1% of a population that have more money than, was it 60, 70% of everyone combined, and then 10% of the population with more money than everyone else. That's pretty uneven. Let them eat cake. Ah, Marie Antoinette. Yeah, broke the camel's back. Yeah, and the next week, yeah, everything changed. We had an interesting. That reminds me, an interesting situation here about a decade ago. Well, it was actually during the 2008. Yeah, we are still taught how to be a good worker, unless. Oh yeah, did you notice that in the school system? The bells and following the rules and yeah, but that actually changed during the Industrial Revolution. This is why when you go back, let's say, 100 years or more, when you see how people their handwriting, for example, their handwriting, the way they thought about things, highly intelligent. You wouldn't think that. Going back maybe even 200 years or 150 years. Hmm. Like having so much money, you can book a flight, yeah, to a space station. Yeah, exactly, Blonde. But then, let's say the school system was geared up for fodder for the Industrial Revolution. Yep. But even if you avoid that pitfall, um, education has become too political now. You've got, let's say, educators who, well, not all of them, but I'd say some of them, um, basically have their own agenda. Um, you know, to indoctrinate people to their ideas, and that education should be about, let's say, teaching someone to most definitely find their own way. Come up with their own theories and their own way of working things out. It looks to be okay from there. I think that one will work. Just get the other guys in the side. Yeah, it was. It was. I remember getting some old letters. I think they were from maybe my granddad or his dad. And it was going back to about, I think, the 1860s. And I was amazed at the skill, the handwriting skill. Unbelievable. The handwriting skill. Yeah, science too. Yeah. English, yeah. Huge pool of knowledge to rely on. Yeah, for the rest of their life. Another one of those trips just happened with, oh yeah, private company. That seems to be the new craze, doesn't it, Blonde? Beautiful handwriting. And yes, learning Latin. Correct. Yep. Correct. The way the pay system is so messed up. We have people working jobs they hate. Yeah, just because it pays better. But not putting you on the spot, Blonde, do you think it's fair that if you get a job tomorrow, you pay, let's say, maybe 40-50% of your wages in taxes, when a company that makes trillions of dollars pays practically zero tax? Do you think it's fair? Do you think, let's say, if they paid their fair share, let's say if they had to pay what you paid, would that hurt, let's say, a capitalist system? Oh, hi Lyle. Hi, how are you? How have you been keeping? Now, we've done a bit, Lyle. I've got most of my wards in, and I've got my cave partially done. But it still needs a bit of work. Yeah, exactly, yeah. But when there's... It's kind of always been the system, no matter how you look back through history. If there's more workers than jobs, that becomes a problem. And then, let's say, you get companies that would start off and decide they don't want to pay any tax at all, even a tiny amount. And they would move their business, relocate. Where, let's say, workers would work for maybe 1/5. And that's a lot of jobs lost. And let's say the company could have been started off in that country and, owe its existence to that country. But that happened to a ferry line here in my country. It was during the large influx of migrants from Europe. But they really took advantage. They were making these people, this ferry company, work for 12 hours a day, 14 hours a day. I think they were giving them something like 20 or 30 bucks a day. Absolutely ridiculous. And of course our government turned a blind eye. But eventually the EU found out about this and they put a stop to it. So in response, this company moved to some third world country, yet are still allowed to operate here with impunity. So, how do you like those apples? Ah, good, okay. Ah, that's good to hear. Yes, here as well, Lyle. We were suffering with about 90% humidity here. Very warm. I think the tax system is, well, it's geared up to benefit people with the most money. And that's pretty much the system, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Well, percentage-wise, like a guy could say to you, "Oh, well, you've only paid 200 bucks this week. I paid 5 million." But let's say percentage-wise, percentage of your earnings. Yeah. Oh, fine, thanks, Lyle. I hope you're doing well also. No, if we get taxed, so should they pay. Their fair share. I am totally behind that. Our government is admitting it's a scam to get our money. But it's the norm. We've accepted it and now it's norm. If they didn't, and I'm feeling, yeah, it's growing, yeah. Yeah, it does, kind of, yeah. There is a lot of politicians that kind of believe that the whole system is going to eventually push too far. But there's been big changes in Europe because of it, and there's been some disturbing changes as well. There's certain political parties that really fringe parties are starting to gain traction because of it, which is a really bad side effect. Of course they do. Yeah, of course they do. Yet those loopholes are not there for us, Blonde. Because if we try to do those loopholes, we go to jail. Mm. Oh, it should be proportional, of course. If you expect one guy to pay 40 or 50% of his taxes, everyone should pay it. Mm. Yeah, of course. Of course. Well, we don't call them lobbyists here, but it's basically the same. They find another way to pump money into these individuals, through campaign contributions or fake jobs or something like that. Just something that looks good on paper. Yes, they've done it here. Shopping bills have gone up 15%. Yep. So they're making up for what they lost during the pandemic. But they don't care that we lost as well. We lost more than they did. Lots of these companies, let's say, could have endured. Like, there's companies, that made record profits during the pandemic. And now they're using this inflation as an excuse. And they're not absorbing the extra cost, which they could easily afford to do. You know what I mean? Now, obviously, prices will rise. We came out of a pandemic. Supply lines, obviously, have to be up and running. Supply and demand, we know what that's like. That's going to happen. You know what I mean? Then, let's say, in the likes of your country, Stephen, Britain, because of Brexit, there's a lot of red tape, let's say, on imports and that. That's going to drive up prices again. So in Britain, it was a good few things. It was a double whammy, really. It was the pandemic and Brexit as well. Mm. And they will all get rich because they know who's going to get government contracts. That's quite possible as well. Yeah, it is. Toilet paper went from 5.49 for 6 rolls to 7.99 on sale. Is it that expensive? Oh my. No, it never went that bad here, Blonde. Let's say the really good quality 6 rolls would go for about your money, I suppose. About $4. They didn't really go up, to be honest. Yeah, yeah, yeah. In England, yeah. Not so much. Sometimes if it's on the media, but I don't really track it. Yeah, yeah. Hobbit from the Shires. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The tree ply. But really and truly, it doesn't really matter what we say. How many times has this been said? But when a change comes, um, it will eventually come. There's an end to everything. But I hope I passed on to a better place before it happens, because it's going to be messy. Coffee is the same way, really. So it went up from 6 to 8. 33% increase. Nasty. No. Yeah, here, across the board, about 10%. Blonde. Yeah, about 10%. But I have been checking out, I think I've seen it on some, well, maybe a program or something. The medications are ridiculously expensive in the US. Absolutely. And most of the companies who produce these medications are actually based in the US. Yet the same medications here are less than half what they cost in the US from the same companies. So how can they ship them from the US to here and sell them for half the cost that they're selling them in the US for, in their own backyard? Hmm. Cat food also, yeah. Looks like I'm going to get rid of them, yeah, after 12 years. But, yeah, but what's to stop them, Blonde, from raising prices? Think about it. You need food, you need gas. You know what I mean? You need electricity. So, no matter what outrageous price they ask, what's to stop them? Aren't these private companies? Aren't they allowed to charge whatever they want? Hmm. When government money gets involved, yeah. Oh yeah, did you notice that? When they get the grants, yeah. Yeah, probably. But these companies have a lot of power. So you see why, to a certain extent, I think that, let's say, medicine and, uh, let's say, electricity, power and that, and gas, to a certain extent should be controlled by the government. That way, any taxes you pay on that is going to the government, and the government can use those taxes, let's say, for education and infrastructure and stuff. Instead of, let's say, natural resources of a country like, let's say, oil and gas being sold off to either local or foreign companies where they make trillions. Yeah, trust me, it's not a good idea to have government control everything. That's a slippery slope. But the essential things like gas and food, you know, the things that private companies can hold you to ransom, those, yeah, those should be protected. Like with college grants, for granted, for the price. Yeah, yeah, exactly. If you get, let's say, $5,000 college grant, miraculously, the charges in that college will go up by 5,000 because they know you've got an extra 5,000 and you've got to give it. Remember the time, Stephen, schools were not about profit. They were about education. When schools were expected to make a loss. But it was a long-term investment in the next generation, in skills and stuff, and they would pay their taxes in, get better jobs, get better things, and, you know. Mm. Mm. It'd be like mismanagement. Yeah, I'm absolutely not familiar with the system in the US, but I am very, very familiar with the system here. But from what I see, let's say, essential services in the hands of private companies that want to make as much money as possible for their shareholders. Not exactly a good idea. Well, not a good idea for the people who absolutely depend on these services. And absolutely not a good idea for people, already on the edge, so to speak. This is why I've hated these ones. You literally got to get 4 pieces in here to... Unbelievable. Or two at least, I'd say. With this, corners are always the nasty ones. The average lower cost college education here will leave you a minimum, oh my god, of 28,000 in debt. The college system here, well, basically, you know, you're going to obviously have to pay for your accommodations and food. You pay for your books and all of that stuff. But I would say if you had no money, let's say, but you could cover all of those other things, maybe about 5 grand, I'd say, if that. Oh my, that's terrible. That's terrible. But isn't it true, Blonde, that college debt, education debt, cannot be written off in the US? Is that true? That if you have a company and you declare bankruptcy, you don't have to pay and you start again. But you cannot declare bankruptcy with college debt. It's a debt that will follow you around forever. Wasn't that a bill passed a good while ago? That's if I remember reading that somewhere. I don't know how true it is. That seems a bit harsh. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I am a big believer in the sciences and let's say that kind of stuff. And let's say even you're never going to use it. Let's say maths. You know the classics. But tell me, you get a good degree in mathematics. Do you actually know anyone that got a job where they had to use mathematics? Because I don't. Yes, they will get their money even if it takes... if they take it from... oh my god. Oh my. That's kind of nasty. Yeah. Yeah, but like, okay, you'll need mathematics and science, let's say, if you want to become, let's say, you want to get into, let's say you want to become a scientist or, you know, and that kind of thing. Or you're going for your PhDs and all of that stuff. How many people are going to do that in the average population? Why, let's say, do they frown on, let's say, more logical things like, let's say, music, um, and even IT, which is something, let's say, that, you know, you'll always kind of use. They always want to go for the classics, you know. Oh yeah, of course. But yeah, of course, we obviously need to do that. But I'm saying that if you want to go a different way, they tend to frown on it, don't they? They don't give any kind of support for other things that they would for that. About $1,000 back a year, on a year and owed a student loan, and they took it. Oh, why did I take French for 4 years? Never used it. Hardly remember anything. Oh. But the computer sciences, let's say, would have been... They do dabble in them here, but not enough. It doesn't get anything like the traction, let's say, of the classics, let's say, like... Even literature has gone downhill. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, kind of, Stephen, I agree. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. But did you notice what they're doing in schools now? It doesn't really matter what you're interested in, if you know what I mean. Like, fair enough. If you, let's say, have an interest in going into, let's say, the sciences. Yeah, fair enough. Even if you don't get there, you know, at least you're prepared if you get the chance. But there's lots of people who don't want to go into that field, but yet are forced to take these courses. And they're forced to take these courses because, you know, the passing grades. You need these for passing grades. You can take other ones, but, you know, they're not as valuable. So you're wasting a lot of time, and I'm not saying you should still do it. Of course you should still do it. But, you know, your grade should be based on other stuff as well. Well, let's say fairly. I think the grading system is not exactly fair. Well, here at least. I don't know how the grading system works in the UK, Stephen. But I remember in my time, if you taught outside the box, they didn't find it amusing. But from all the guys I knew who excelled in mathematics and stuff like that, their jobs, let's say, totally didn't require them. I won't say it's a waste. An education is never a waste. But a lot of time spent, you know. And let's say a few of the other things would have been, let's say, more benefit to the jobs they winded up with. Or maybe they could have gotten better positions, or let's say progressing quicker. And only questions you get on tests. Yeah. Then the grading system they did during the pandemic, that was unbelievably stupid. Oh my God, who came up with that? It was almost like a everyone wins kind of situation. But let's say for the higher achievers, it did drop their scores dramatically. It was a benefit to the low to mid guys. But let's say the kind of higher guys, yeah, they took a hit on that one. Yeah. Okay, we almost have the water done. But I don't know what way the education system goes anymore. It's been a long time since I was part of that. We did things a lot differently. There was corporal punishment in schools when I was in them, where a teacher could assault you with a large stick, and it was legal. So, a little bit like Oliver Twist. Yeah, please sir, can I have some more? Okay, no problem. Yeah, I have no idea where that came from. Okay, let's see, make sure I use the right ones. I did. That's cool. Okay, we're getting there. The patching is always nasty. Although we did get away with a lot of patching. But imagine if we had to put every panel in like that, it would take forever. That's why I decided to glitch the curbing instead. It's better than, glitching the entire wall system. Would be impossible to fit back. Or a principal could paddle you. That sounds good. I wouldn't mind a bit of paddling now. And from a principal as well. Cool. I kind of miss the paddling. School of Kings. Arsenal and the hand got brutalized back then. Ah. I do not believe in... No, neither do I. No, it has the opposite effect. Yeah, I totally believe that. Like, let's say if my kids misbehave, no TV, stuff like that. But absolutely no. Or no emotional, calling names or putting them down, and no. That's totally off. But explaining to them what's right and wrong, things they should and shouldn't do. Yeah, but if it's done, it should be done by parents. Definitely not teachers. Bend over and grab some ankles. No, it has. No, you don't want to mess your kid up. And anyway, I wouldn't do that. It's not in me. And I totally know it doesn't work. I've seen that back in my time, and I know a few guys that are kind of messed up. And you don't want to create that vicious circle. But it's like the kind of abuse circle where, let's say, you would see some people, or even the school system, let's say. You see a person, let's say, who was constantly bullied. Terrible, terrible, terrible thing to happen. And then, let's say, you meet these guys as adults and they get into a position of power. Let's say either in government or in some kind of government organisation. Let's say, take for instance, the police force. Two things can happen. Either they become the bullies themselves, or they're pretty weak and they'll watch, let's say, a lot of wrongdoing without speaking up. So that's a system that you don't want to add to. But obviously not for everyone, but for some that's the way it works. Okay. Getting there. Nasty little bit, but we'll get it. Ideally, we shouldn't have to do this, but I don't think we've got a choice on this one. There, one or oh, probably two. Takes forever to cover those. There, one more and then we're done. And about time. It stops the issue now, but in the long run, they've learned nothing but solve problems with a little abuse. Yeah. For the most part, children shouldn't be hit. Yeah, for the most part. But there are occasions. Yeah, sometimes. But when we say hit, you know, just more of a kind of gesture, you know, more of a gesture than a hit, you know, like a tiny tap, more of a gesture. As a parent, you have so many tools. Yeah, to discipline your kid, but violence and emotional abuse through nasty words. Oh yeah, yeah, it will have the opposite effects of what you're trying to do. I totally believe that. I've seen the effects of it, Stephen, to be honest, and it's not pretty. Yeah, it's not pretty. There we go, that's perfect. Okay, one more. It's not a pretty thing to behold. There we go. We've got a full pool. Oh, we've got a stupid croc. You gotta fix this side. That's easy. There we go. Now we gotta sleep. Fix that side in 1 second. At least we got the water in. My mom used to be quite abusive, but the thing that hurt me most was when I was 14. She just looked at me and never spoke to me for a week. I was devastated. Oh my. I was like, please. Oh my. Oh my. She had 4 boys, and as a single mom, I understand, even though I don't believe in it. Yeah. Oh. I suppose in situations it's easy to give in to your frustration, and that if you don't take things, if you don't think things out, I suppose. But things like that can have lasting effects. And my mum is strange. She's really old now. She's almost 90. But we're talking about a different generation. I wouldn't say abusive, but a little crazy and argumentative. But I think, to be honest, well, especially in our generation, and that they find it hard to relate to anything. They can't step back from their own opinion of something and look at it from if they were in that certain position. You know, a kind of detachment from reality. And that's what I've always found about my mum. She's the kind of person that if you were trying to have a conversation with her, she would totally ignore what you're saying and speak over you. You know, that kind of silliness. Yeah. She grabbed the closest thing and beat. Yeah, yes. But she got very angry with my older brother and put a high heel. Oh my. Oh. I don't think I could ever do that. I don't think any circumstance would make me do that. But I suppose if you were stressed, it's hard to know what people can do under certain conditions and stresses, and kind of give in to that stress. Oh, we missed a part. There. And there. Just two. My nan would shut down if she wasn't impressed. Oh, with anything. We need two on this. These ones I forgot, so I think they will have to be removed, but it will pretty much slot back in. So we'll get that two we missed. Can't believe I missed us. But the older generation, let's say, there were a lot more corporal. But it's the way that, you know, they were brought up and they carried it forward. And that's what I'm saying too about the circle. What is this one? Ah, that'll do. Now we can use these guys here. I can see that. There you go. two missing. I probably had to remove them to get in the pieces. Well, we can fix that. There. It's true. Until you're in a situation, yeah, you can never tell. You can just, if your mind snaps. Neither have I. I've just got all boys. I've never done that. In the 90s, when she saw me wearing a German shirt, she thought it was a Nazi thing. Or was it soccer? Probably Bayern Munich, was it? Yeah, the older generation in the UK would have, remembered the bombing and that. Well, maybe not. She would want to be really old, wouldn't she? Yeah. That would have been what? 1940 something, so... Yes... No. No. You want to be what? You want to be 90, 100. Yeah. Oh, a German army shot trend. Ah. Oh, hi, Vault Boy. Hi, how are you? Oh, just building away on Sunshine Tidings. How have you been, Vault Boy? She was 9 in the war and remembered bits, but she passed on in 2014. Oh. Sorry to hear that, Stephen. Yeah, she would have been around the same age as my mum then. She was, yeah, about 9 also. She was born in the very early 30s. Yeah, about 9. Oh, not feeling good. Me and my dad ate some bad meat, and now we're having mild headache and upset stomachs. Oh, sorry to hear that, Vault Boy. But it will pass. Yeah. 24 hours and you'll be over the worst of it. 48. Yeah. It's best to be careful in future. But if your nausea persists, your sickness and that, after 24 hours you will definitely have to see your doctor. Just in case. Oh, a grunger. Oh, cool. Nice. As a single mother that raised 2 boys and 2 grandsons, I can see where 4 boys could be frustrating at times. But abuse is never the answer. It's self-defeating. Yeah. No, there's nothing worse than food poisoning. A stomach of steel. I hope it wasn't chicken. That can be deadly. Absolutely deadly. Or pork. Pork can be an absolute killer. But I remember here about... it was just about maybe 2009 or 10. But it was on the border. There was a supermarket chain. Oh, I forget their name. They're a big chain in the UK, Stephen, but I can't remember. But they had some cooked chicken. Some people bought it. But about 20 people got sick. But 3 of the people who got sick were pretty old. And they actually died from salmonella poisoning. Pork ribs. Oh, porn ribs. Nice. Pork ribs. Lead belly, yeah. Horse meat in the sausage. Oh my. Yeah, three of them died, but it was in the north of Ireland, just over the border. What was the name of the company? It was a Northern Ireland company. Was bought up by one of the top three chicken producers. Um, I think they're a US-based company. Um, I can't remember the name, but I remember all the stuff was withdrawn from the shelves here. I can't remember which one it was. Now I'll stop talking if I get really angry, but that's to stop me from saying something that I shouldn't. That was an Irish factory, that's right. Yeah. In, I don't know if it was Newry or some place like that. No, they just bought out that company. I'm not sure. Well, the chicken must have coming from there. You know, they were hardly going to ship it in from another country when that one was there. But I think it was more got to do with the preparation in the shop that was selling it. But I think as a precaution, no, it wasn't Tyson. Or they were a mega company. We bought up by a Spanish guy or something from a US company. But the same guy was indicted for fraud. I think he lost his company a few years after and it was broken up. Hmm. I was born without, or with, a broken filter on my mouth. Okay, just one piece for this, isn't it? Yeah, we're going with a kind of lost tempo. Look, if we can get away with it, oh boy, but finding it hard to get the pieces I want. To get the look on this I want, I'm gonna have to do something different. Figure out something different on this one. Um, just one more piece. Where are you? Here. Now, we just need one more piece, and that's the water situation done. There. And it broke, yeah. Now. Of course. There you are. There, I can easily fix stuff from the bottom we can see. If it's been pushed too far. They're all pretty good. I think we have it. We have it. We have it. We have it. Now, any lighting we'll use here will have to be invisible. I don't think ancient temples had electric lights. There. Now that's it. 100%. That's the water, at least. People don't usually need to wonder what I'm thinking. I tell them. You ain't alone on that. I suppose speaking for myself, I've always been pretty reserved. The knowledge of a situation has always been enough for me. Now, We do have a slight problem with the corners, but it's something we can easily fix later. I have a rough idea what I want on design. What's really killing me is the centerpiece. Now, let's get a good start off at this. 3 is okay. We need a certain kind of look on this one. You see, I'm trying to get an old look. And I kind of know I don't have the pieces. So, what could we put here? It's gonna have to be a building of some sort. An extrovert. While I'm around the crack of a friend. A group I know, yeah? Anything other than them, and I'm about as silent as can be. So, what do we do here? It's gotta be a building. I would have originally going with a cave, but we've done the cave. We needed it for the waterfall. Now, it would have been too small for a cave system anyway, regardless. The cave had to be huge and high, but center would have been a good spot. But our cave would have been meaningless. And that cave we have is just barely the right size. Try a mountain, adding statues to it. I've just done that. Here behind me. And it's too small for an area you can see. Anything of any height, like a kind of pyramid, it takes a lot of room. Now that's far from finished, but it's a good start. But I'm going with a kind of temple rune. Of being silent, yeah? I would consider myself to be kind of mid. I can be silent if I think it requires being silent. But usually I'm talkative, you know. Even more so, let's say, with people I'm familiar with. Yeah, would you believe the temperature is just after shooting down? Hello, Rex. When did you wake up? Good doggy. Here, let me just put on this here. Let's not catch a cold. Okay, one moment. We get pretty quick temperature changes here. Although I do have all my windows open, but still. There, that's a lot better. A monk exhibit. Okay. I even talk to myself an answer. Do you know when I'll worry? When I start asking myself, huh? What you say? Yeah, that could be a problem. I do occasionally briefly speak to myself in sarcasm, but I think that's normal, at least. You know, if something goes wrong or something. Now, let's see what we got, guys. I did try stuff here, but I'm kind of thinking about the tower now again, to be honest. Not that one. I don't know either. Ah, come on, will ya? I didn't actually try that needle thing. That's strange. Well, we could look at it anyway. It's looking smart. Oh, cool. I'm pretty sure I have a split personality disorder. Just except for the fact that my mind and I have a mini meeting. Oh, cool. It's nice to talk to one's mind every so often, I suppose. If I need to talk, if I need to ask myself what I said, I'll call the nice men in the white coats to give me a jacket that lets me hug myself all day. Yes, true. True, Stephen. That's the one I wanted to make, but it's being really awkward. I don't know if it's what we want, but I can't even see it. But it does have that damaged look, so let's give it a try. That does look like an obelisk. That might work. I think it might be a better one that we can kind of sink it down as much as we need to. It kind of looks like an obelisk. If I could get the statues and stuff on it, might work. But I'm desperate here to find something that would fit. Oh my, that is a biggie. That is a biggie. Hoo hoo hoo. That's big. Let's have a look. It's definitely something different. Oh, we can sink it down, we can make it. We won't have entrance to it if we do so, but once I get enough trees and weeds and all of that junk inside, it definitely gives us an option. Hoo hoo hoo. That's big, isn't it? Oh my god. 25,000 comedians out of work, and you have me. I mean, like, legit. You know, the feeling you're doing something, you've done it so much that it cuts you for like 25 minutes, and that's what she said. Would maybe good, yeah. Like the Egyptians. Yeah. The obelisk, I can push it down underground and make it, let's say, shorten it down. I can set up shop now if it feels good. Again. I do understand that. Yep. Yep. It's probably too much, but I'm gonna save this and we'll see how far the build level is on this. That's a bit much, I think. I can definitely drop it down. We can make it much shorter. Now we'll see how far it is, let's say, when we drop out of build. That I definitely have to know. I'm surprised we're still going, to be honest. My goodness. There it is. Right there. And this is going way above it. Way, 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 way above it. Oh my goodness. Oh, we'll drop it down. We'll see what it's like. But we won't have access inside. But there's a little bit on the side. If I can get it down to that where we can walk through, I'll show it to you. We can walk through there. And we can walk through on the other places. And yeah, that does look like some kind of Egyptian eating. We'll see. This might work. We get enough weeds and trees and stuff in there. I really need to make this kind of overgrown, you know? No, I can't blonde. If I could resize, I could do so much. There's a few things I wanted to resize. I can't resize the building, no. I did. His mic just died down a little. Maybe it's my voice. You could turn the doors. You could turn the doors to the temple. Yeah, I'll have to drop it. I definitely have to drop it. Now, to do that, this will be a bit iffy. Well, this is a realistic chance of getting something done here. This will leave us a lot of room. The building thing, I can do buildings, but they're not going to suit. This kind of fits in with that kind of... It's feasible. You know, the Egyptians had a long history. So bring it down to there. We still get in. You know what I mean? And we should be within the build area now, I'd say. We can still get to the top. There you go. And we're still in build. That's perfect. That might work. First time I've used this tower like this, to be honest. Would have to do something with the inside, so I would want that. Well, I'd want that facing. What would that look like? No, we'll keep it straight. Something like that. That's not bad. Now, if we brought it down again, it would be too much. This is perfect here. There is another one here, but that would be way too small. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3. Now, this is where we actually sort out the measurement. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Close enough. Oh, that's way back there. There. That would be where we want to be. Now, we can get this. Oh, that's perfectly accurate. That's it. I'll drop that down that fraction. You can always bring it up in a moment if we need to. There, guys. That's dead center. Now we gotta figure out what we want to do with it. I'm tempted to have water coming out of it. That's not bad. That I might be able to work with. I'm on the phone, so everything is iffy. Be right back. Gonna see if I can down some Oreos. No problem, Vobot. There we go. That's what we're going with. It's the best of the bad situation. I think I can make this work. That's the plan, yeah. So, we're going with an obelisk. I do have one more plan. It's interesting, actually. Now that's a central one. Okay. Now, imagine getting 4 more of those. And you see that part there just below the window? Keeping them here in the corners. And trying to go with the water coming from this. But the kind of problem with that would be, let's say, well, the ones on the outside would work. I just want to see, to be honest, how that would look. And that could be our guys, let's say, feeding in, or here in the corners, where we really need it. Might be a plan. Yeah, too, yeah. You've been yawning an awful lot these last couple of streams. Oh, have I? I didn't even notice, Blonde. Yeah, I haven't been getting a ton of sleep. I didn't even know that. Alright, I'm back with good news and strange news. And welcome back, Boy. Okay, where is this going? It's USO, isn't it? Now, here's something I want to try. It's definitely worth a try. That wasn't a bad one either. You see that one? But just too modern looking. It's more kind of Renaissance kind of thing. I don't... It kind of looks like the Great Library. In a sense. That's not the one I'm looking for. Bunker Hill Monument. That's the guy I'm looking for. Now this will go down so far through the map. It's absolutely ridiculous. But we'll bear with it. We'll see if we can get what we're looking for. I wouldn't be surprised if this bugged out my game is going so far. But definitely worth a look-see. You know what? It's kind of not bad. It's kind of not bad. It is a lot of Oreos. What settlement is this? Oh, hi Phoenix. This is Sunshine Tidings. Yeah. And it's right here. And it's actually not far from Century and Red Rocket. It's actually even looking more Egyptian now. I am so tempted to leave these, you know, pretty straight on this and having a central one. I'll see if I can get away with it. My original thought was to drop it, let's say, and leave just a tiny bit. But no, we would have to drop these as well to roughly the same. But you see what it would have to be much bigger. Let's have a look. My, that is a weird looking building. Oh, that's weird. Might be a bit large, but it's definitely worth looking at. Oh, looks too much like a tower. My oh my, that is a big one. Yeah, okay. Let's go for my original plan. Hmm. Oh yeah, I'm just checking what it looks like. You know what I mean? Hmm. No. Yeah, even that way. Um, we did think they're way too large. I was just roughly trying something. What I really wanted to do with these, and I'll show you. I'll show you what I really wanted to do with these ones. A way different plan. Just thought I'd have a look at it. Wanted to see what it looked like. And I just needed its height. Mm. Yeah, just I've been getting a see what it looks like. Sometimes it might kind of spur on an idea. But this is my original idea. Here. It means this going through the map, let's say, a long, long way. Oh, that's as far as it goes down. You're joking me. It won't let me push it down anymore. There is a limit. I didn't know that. There's actually a limit, guys, on how far you can push something down through the map. That I didn't know. That's a new one. There's a limit beneath the map. Well, you'll absolutely meet something solid. Watch this. Yeah. I would imagine about 6 stories. That's a first. That's as far as it will push down. Well, it gives us an exact setting at least. But that might be good enough. It gives us an exact setting. Yeah. Now, I gotta have this. I need a window out. What I was thinking of doing is something like this. If I could get 4 of these on the corners, let's say. And then do something like this, Stephen. Let me see. I know exactly what I want here, but I don't have the pieces. So we gotta improvise. You know what I mean? Pushing this out and getting that flowing. Well, that's actually too short. Well, that's good to know. So that's too short. So we'd have to use the larger ones. We'll have to use these guys. They're plenty long enough. Something like that. Going into that. If it doesn't drown out the tempo, yeah. Yeah. The water. I can put green lights in these. To kind of, you know, and with a bit of luck, maybe incorporate these. I know it's a bit of a killer, but just maybe on the center one. That might actually work. Take a small bit of work, but yeah, I think we could go with something like that. We won't be doing that, let's say, on the center. We need some kind of gimmick up there. I have a few effects, some laser spark things and all of that. But interesting. It is interesting. It's a pity about the sides. But I will be using tons of trees and bushes. I can weed out those guys. You know, with some nice bushes and that. That I can handle. The problem is we'll need all the windows, so each of the broken sides will be here on this. So windows going out here. There's only one window. And the same here, going the other direction. We'll give it a shot. But it is different. And that's what I'm looking for, something different. Okay. Let's see if we can make it work. Gotta be worth a try. A little bit of good lighting and let's say a massive ton of shrubbery. Who knows? Once the lights and stuff go on this, it should be okay. We can try various colours, but I'm thinking green. Green here would be a cool look. In the water and the caves everywhere. Green. I have some of these as well, Stephen. I'll put one in the centre where the statue is. It's hieroglyphics. It's from the museum piece from USO. And that would definitely work. Where is it? Decorations. Where's the teams? Teams, museum. There's a few things in the museum that I might be able to use. There it is. And we plant that somewhere. as well. Hmm. I fell asleep for a second. Not much fun, but... Oh, hi Echo. Hi, how are you? We're continuing our work on this kind of lost temple kind of thing. We're going with the Bunker Hill Monument, and there's something I want to try on this. And it's probably our best chance of getting this one done. But believe it or not, there is a limit to how far you can sink these guys to the map. And that seems to be the limit. There. That seems to be the limit. And let's see, is it the same? Yeah. Exactly the same. Now, I need to flick this over a tiny bit. I can get this in here. We'll try and get it as best we can to the corner. And we'll do this, well, especially because of the fountain. So, going from that edge, I'd say. Okay, we go from there and not exactly the effect I wanted. Mad more to try. I'd have to find the exact, place for it. Oh, hi, Towie. How are you? Oh, not too bad. So, how have you been, Towie and, Echo? How have you been keeping? Maybe you can use the ancient books to find some old blocks. I don't think I have those. Oh, those ones. A bit too much of a mishmash. What I intend to do with that, I'm going for an overgrown look. So it will be stuff like that I'll be going for, and some of the weeds and stuff. We're going with trees. Oh, been fine. Nice. Just really busy at work. That's cool. Ah, good. Ah, that's good to hear. Was building myself the other day. Oh, that's cool. Oh, fine, thanks, Echo. And I hope you've been doing well also. And you too, yeah, the pronunciation of your tag always gets me. Oh, yeah, it's very hard for me to pronounce. I keep calling you Towie. Yeah, something like that, because I'll be going with an overgrown look. So, I'm going for a kind of lost temple look. I want to border these four, but I need to get them perfectly. And I'll put the waterfalls coming in here, There's still a lot of decoration to do on that. So before these in one central. So that's the best I can do on that. There'll be none of the doorways or anything showing. Towie is fine. Oh, that's cool. My memory is absolutely atrocious, Towie. My apologies. Especially with, let's say, non-conventional tags. I find it hard to remember. Well, I find it hard to pronounce, any tag that's not in Gaelic or English. So that's what I'm going for. I might be even able to maybe slightly raise these ones as well. But once I get, the weeds and grass and all of that stuff in, it will look much, much better. I want to go for that kind of lost city. Now, the more I can cover this canopy at right, the better it will look. But I've got to be careful, with the trees. I've only got a limited amount of room, but you'd be surprised the coverage of those trees. As a few last minute touch-ups, I decided to add Minutemen flags to both sides. Oh, cool. And the back gate outside. So there's still a good bit of decorating, but this build will be, not like my other ones. It won't take so long. We intend to have a cave in here. And I have some Gorak outfits for settlers. I'll give them that kind of caveman look. And I've done a bit up here, but it's far from done. It's just a pool right above. Let's say there's dropping into this. Ideally, what I wanted to do is have this cave, with a landmass coming right up to it. I thought I could do it here because of the back, but I couldn't do anything with the sheds, so I had to build above the sheds. So then I wanted that cave to be, flush with the terrain at the top. No limit with mods. Absolutely no limit. But to be honest, anything more than 6 or 7 settlers is a lot of trouble, Yoshi. If you're going to build more settlements. If you're doing what I'm doing, just one settlement and starting another profile, you'd get away with 20 before any major problems. But, anytime you use settlers, there's going to be problems. Which is kind of ironic because the game is about settlers, Oh, hi Templar. Hi, how are you? How have you been keeping? Well, I hope. I think John is glitched. Oh, I have him set as an armed guard. Well, that's pretty common, Yoshi, with the Sanctuary settlers, the Concord guys. Yeah. That's pretty common, That I wouldn't really, be bothered that much. If you're bringing in more settlers, just leave them wander around and, get your settlers you bring in and use them as guards. I wouldn't think much of that. That's pretty common. Yeah, so that's what we're going with, guys. But I've got to be careful here on this, but this is the best with the pieces I have. And this is the best design I can come up with. I did try I even tried that. I thought I could do it, but nah. This is much better. But all I gotta do is make sure I spaced them correctly. But there is a limit I just found, guys, to how far you can push an object through the map. And judging by, let's say, I'm built up about almost 2 squares from ground level and pushing that thing down, I would say about 7 levels, I'd say. Maybe 6. 6 to 7 levels. A level being, let's say, one of these. Now, okay. Let's push these guys down and then we'll see what our luck is like. But it does give us an exact level as well, I suppose. Stupid trees. That's it, guys. That's as far as it goes. So all of them should be exactly the same level, and they are. Oh, I can force it a bit more. Oh, that's strange. I can force it a bit more, I think. And these ones... this might be a problem. Something like that would be perfect. But I think it's slightly lower than the other one. It's coming out pretty nicely. So, I can actually tell by the brickwork here. Yeah, dead level on that, and that's been covered. Right. That's the same way. Oh yeah. I see. It's this piece here. I'm gonna have to refrain from that. I had to do it this way here. I needed a window out. It's a pity there's not 4 windows. You know, we pushed it back too far on the other one. So that might work. There. So we need something similar on this. That's terrible. Yeah, it's starting to twist. There. There you go. That's good. See the twist? There. That's 2. That's perfect. Now it'll be worth it if we can get the 4 of them correctly lined. Sat eating a bag of Haribo like a best child. Nice. Ah, that's good to hear, Templar. That's good to hear. So, not the maximum, no. I've known guys that put 70 settlers in a settlement. Well, if you mean, if you're playing vanilla Yoshi, if you've got 10 charisma, you can recruit 20 settlers, but you can use clothes buffs and chems to add more settlers. I think maximum 32 in vanilla, doing it that way. I'm not quite sure, let's say, if you could have 20 settlers in one, let's say if your maximum is 20, and then move them, let's say, from another one there, if they would actually go. That I've never tried. I'm already at 10 and I'm trying to get another, so I have them to man the gun store. But, 20 settlers it's way more than enough for any settlement, no matter what its size is. I've done like almost 40 settlers in Vault 88, and it was an absolute disaster. Cherry and cola bottles are my jam. Nice. The lemon ones can do too. Can do one. Ah. So yeah, that's how I'll work those guys. We've got 2 in successfully. Where's my bed? So we'll line up the other 2, and then we'll see about the decoration. I'm at the stage now where I can start to kind of do some kind of canopy on this. But as far as buildings are going here, this will be kind of no problem, not much. This should go pretty fast, guys, this settlement, within reason. Unless I come up with some other crazy scheme. The maximum is 20 on your charisma, on your character. But you can use some chems that will give you extra charisma. So for every 1 charisma you can have 2 settlers. So your maximum charisma is 10, so there's 20 settlers. If you pick up the charisma bobblehead after your 10, you actually get 11 charisma. That's 22 settlers. I think there's some outfits that give you a little extra charisma. Like sunglasses and things. So for every 1 charisma and that, you can get 2 more settlers. And then you can use chems, but you can only use 1 once. But let's say if you had 1 chem and you used it, let's say, for 2 charisma, but you had another chem of a different name, you can use them also, I think. I'm not sure if charisma buffs stack on chems, but I think the maximum is 32 using what I said. The bobblehead is an extra charisma point, the clothing and the chems. I think that's the way it works. I forget, it's been a long time ago since I did it. That one got to be pretty close. That's a pity. I'm half a mind, to be honest, to move it back to that line. You see this line here? That at least would give me an exact point. There, that would do. Well, that's... yeah, that would work. There's a line there. There. That solves all our problems. You know, keeping in line with this edge here. Yeah, it's a total pity we can't move back to this one. That would really give us a good one, but, well, I can't. It's the stupid, the waterfall it's got to shoot into that. There. Now. There. That's a tree. Oh, hi Lyle. Hi, how are you? I'm probably too late, but with Daddy-O you can start at 10 in-game and then buff to 8 and use special books to force it to 11 before the bubble. Yeah. I usually debuff endurance, strength or agility to get the skill to a natural 11. Yeah, pre-bubble. But the bubbleheads, as far as I know, count after 10. So let's say if you maxed out any of your stats to 10, getting the bobblehead will raise you to 11. I never actually noticed if it counts, if it actually counts or if it's just displayed. But there's a kind of number, yeah. Yeah, then it can be 12, yeah. But it's something like, let's say, in vanilla, I think, what is it? Using all the buffs and everything. Is it 32 settlers you can bring in? I remember having 32 before, or is it 34? I don't know, I forget. But I've never overcrowded my settlements, so I've never really done it that much, you know. It's been a long, long, long time. Yeah, so this is what we're going with, Lyle. And I get a little waterfall systems going out of 4 of these. Going into this. I'm going to crowd out these with trees. You know, like that kind of overgrown look. Try and get a few bits here and there. And canopy as much of this as I can. And then of course we have our little cave. And that will be for our settlers. I'm going to be capping this. But I've left this till last because it's going to be pretty grindy capping that. Like I've done on that side. And our settlers will be in here. Which I still have a lot of work to do on the cave. I'll be fixing up all that and putting a step system on this. Oh, using the natural stone. And I still have that part of the wall to complete, but that's not a biggie. I've got everything else kind of completed. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, with chems and special outfits. Hmm. Yeah. Kind of trying to go for a Lost City look, you know? But that's the Bunker Hill Monument. So it's obelisk shaped, so yeah, I think I can make it work. At least it looks old. But this will really fly by, let's say, compared to the last settlement I did. That took a ridiculous amount of time to finish. Oh, well, thank you, Lyle. You don't realize how noisy... Yeah, street sweepers are. Yeah, till you have the window open, they're quite annoying. Our guys with lawnmowers. Oh my god. And we're almost at that time of the year again. And chainsaws are the worst. Hmm. Oh, well, thanks, Stephen. Now, what are we doing? Oh yeah, we're moving down the other one. Let's see where I am. But we're working with what we have, and we don't have a lot. It's when you come into situations like this, you realise you don't have a lot. Now let me grab some soda. But I want to concentrate on this and get a certain look. But I'm definitely going to canopy this as quickly as possible. We'll see what it looks like. I've got a ton of ferns I can glitch. With those guys I have to be careful. Once I glitch them, I don't think I can remove them without tearing up half the settlement, so... And this can be a pain here. You see what I mean? Would you believe, Lyle, there's a limit to how much you can glitch something through the map. That's what I found out with this guy. I'm reckoning about 6 to 8 stories, maybe more like 8. Yeah, that's pretty good. How many bricks are showing here? 1. I might be able to get it down more. That's strange. On this side of the map, that was absolutely the furthest I could get it down. Wasn't there a mod that you could actually go beneath the map and have a look around? I remember it came out a few years back. I think it might have only been for PC. But that height looks okay. Here I can get it a little bit more weird. There's a piece gone from this, so what's the story? I don't see that. Oh, I see. Okay, this is confusing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, I see. There we go. I can sink it a little bit more. I'd say about 8. I guess I'm going to have to make a few rearrangements on everyone's occupation. No more guardsmen. Well, I guess Sheffield can man a mortar. After all these years of watching The Fugitive, I just saw the last episode on... Oh, the old series. Yeah, of The Fugitive. I remember that. Did you know, Blonde, that was based on a real character? Dr. Richard Kimball. He was actually blamed for murder. It was a large cold case, but he was eventually acquitted. But he has an interesting backstory, Blonde. It's the first time I've ever seen him get the one-armed man. Yeah, there's an interesting backstory with the real guy, actually. But after that, he met up with and married, I think, a German girl. Why did I just get that piece in? After that, yeah, he married a German girl. Her name was Braun. She was actually the sister of Eva Braun. Eva Braun, let's say, was Adolf Hitler's girlfriend and wife, let's say, in the bunker. She was actually a sister-in-law of Adolf Hitler, the real character, Richard Kimball. Oh, the first episode is playing. Cool. I remember seeing his photograph a long time ago. But he looked nothing like the character that plays him on the show. It's just kind of understandable, I suppose. There, something like that. Now, yeah, Dr. Richard Kimball. Oh, it's right back to the edge, isn't it, here? On this one here. And then we gotta line it up with... Yeah, that's pretty much it there. That's pretty much what we're looking for. Well, let's see what these guys are. Flush. Now that's flush. Well, let's get all of these flush. Yeah, that tiny bit off. There. It must have happened when I pushed it over to the side. I go. No problem, Yoshi. Yes, take care and stay safe. And thanks again for stopping by. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Bye. I bought a chicken bacon ranch. Oh, pizza for dinner. Nice. So you're going to be having pizza. Cool. There, and that gives us an absolute exact level. I think we have it, guys. That's it. They're exactly the same height. Literally. That's not bad. So that's what we're looking at. Ah, I like the stairs the way it's open as well. That could work. Now, canopy time. 420. That's enough. I definitely want to do a save here because I put too much into that to lose it in case this canopy thing doesn't work out. But yeah, I'm happy with that. I didn't think I'd come up with something for that, but I looked at those and they were too big. But yeah, let's trim them down. That's it. The damage on the side gives me a perfect opportunity to, to add some trees kind of bustling out. But it depends on... Yeah, we better get those trees in. Now, lots of trees. And then we'll start to fill this in. I'm actually eating a piece for a late night snack. Oh, cool. Making me kinda hungry. So is it one you cooked yourself or did you order out blonde? Oh, where's those trees? Do we go with green or do we go with the red guys? The red gives me a little bit more, doesn't it? Although we'll be using a lot of green here. Yeah, we'll be using a lot of green. Yeah, I won't be using those anymore. Any minor things we need done on the wall, I'll do later. Now let's see if we can push these guys in tastefully. I'll roughly place them for the time being. That's actually hiding something I couldn't scrap. That one. And that's for the old tankers for. I can glitch a lot of these in the wall. I just want to get these in so I can see where I'm going with this. I'll measure the spaces after. Just put them in roughly. We have an awesome place called Jet's Pizza. Oh, nice. And you ordered it from there. Cool. Our takeaways here are pretty rotten. Not in my town, at least. Oh, really, Croc? That I'll cover later. I just want to see what it looks like. I can use various weeds and stuff, let's say, on the ledges on this to give it a more overgrown look, and bits of grass tufts here and there I can use. But I want to see how many of these I can sneak in. I would really like to get 4 in the corner. But the problem is, you see, this guy is a little close. But we can roughly put them there for a moment. We'll see that in a minute. You know what it looks like. Oh, I have no choice to do it kind of symmetrical on the side. But here, maybe not so much. I'll get that out of the way for a moment. But we'll need a lot of trees. That's enough for a moment. Let's see how we are. That's more like it. I need a little bit more coverage. Again, this is just a rough one. That'll give us an idea. Okay, we go half. That's the only compromise we can do on that. Yeah, once I get my lighting in, get the trees in a proper position, get my weeds and ferns and stuff in, it should look a lot better. They're on sale right now. Nice, 15 for a large square. Oh, cool. It gives us the shading we want. And most importantly, our canopy. Now, there's one big thing I've got to do, and that's the capping on this. It will have to be glitched. No other way with glitching that, or glitching the water panels, and this, So, it was the lesser of 3 evils. Okay. We'll wait till morning. Oh my, I've been on 6 hours. No wonder I've been yawning. I'll do a little bit more, just to see what it looks like, but I've been on this for about 3 hours today as well, so getting some stuff out. But by the time I'm back on this again, I should have a bit of this done. And I'll work out all the little bits. I'll go through my menu and see what stuff we have that would work. Yeah, it's not bad. There's still a lot to do, but it's a start. Now, but that worked out pretty well, actually. Well, what I intend to do, what that let's say, to make it overgrown, I can probably just put in some of the trees now. It's almost 2:30 AM for me, so I'm going to bed. Have a great day, stream. And you too, Blonde. Have a great day. And have a good rest. And thanks again for stopping by. I appreciate it. And enjoy your meal. Enjoy your pizza. All the best, Blonde. Bye. I really need to get out more. That little trip to the ATM around the corner has killed my legs. I'm the same. Yeah, even the shortest stroll will put my legs under pressure. I'm pretty much the same, Stephen. Yeah, me too. Totally. But the Bunker Hill Monument kind of turned out pretty okay. Well, obviously I have to do something with the flooring. But I don't want to do too much. I have a plan for that. Kind of hurt your back too. Oh, yeah, I suppose the constant pounding when you're walking. It depends on how tender your back is, but yeah, if you've got any especially soft tissue damage, yeah, it will definitely hurt. Hopefully I can work out my Skyrim playthrough. Oh, nice. So you can stream it soon. That's right, you were saying it was constantly crashing. You do use a lot of mods, so I know everyone will say, oh, mods, mods, mods. But it does kind of sound like mods, doesn't it? Yeah, I did the tiniest bit more, guys. I'll just lay out the bits I need, but I should have the trim on this, the wall fix, and a lot of this done by the next time we're back. So this one shouldn't take any more than a few days, I think. And so, the other ones have been taking a long time. But then again, they're huge with, a lot of detail. Oh, welcome back, Templar. Welcome back. 137 on it right now. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of things I suppose can go wrong. Not that I've ever used a PC or a ton of mods, but yeah. I could understand. That's good. And the best about, let's say, not using, well, we did use, this is the third time in. So I'm twice over the limit. But I think this can take a good bit of abuse. Okay. Oh, I've got to do my settings. We'll start making a few bits for this and we'll see how easy or hard it is. I'll just line them up for the next time I get here. Yeah, we'll leave the global collision over. That should give me some kind of base, let's say, while I'm putting it down. Oh, trap nerve. Oh, slip disc. Not bad enough to be paranoid that I won't be. Same with me, exactly the same. Well, it's kind of almost there for me, but the operation is too risky. Yeah, they don't want to do it as well. They said they'll only do it if it's absolutely necessary, where I've literally got nothing to lose, where it's a certainty I'll be paralysed. I'm in exactly the same boat. Yeah. But mine does have a risk of me being paralysed. Yeah. But did they tell you, as you get older, once your discs start to decompress, there's a good chance that it might kind of recede back and give you a bit of relief. That's what they said to me, but I'm skeptical, to be honest. But I do know, yeah, your skeleton will, your discs will decompress. That's why you lose height, let's say, when you get older. A little bit like letting the air or someone's tires, because the nerve goes down. Yeah, exactly. I get it mostly on my left side. Still have about 10% of my muscle mass on my left leg, even after intensive exercise on that leg. It will never be the same. Have to be paralysed from them to risk it. Yeah, or almost, yeah. Also quite a few, yeah, the huge ones, like sim settlements and that. They would probably mess with a lot of stuff. Never had sciatica till this happened. Me too. Yeah, I've got sciatica, major. No, it's rough, and some days. Yeah, for me also. Did you ever wake up in the morning, Stephen, and cannot move your legs? That's kind of scary. Right, mostly on the left. I get it on the right from time to time, but 80% of the time on the left. 80, yeah, but yeah, I would say 70-80%. Do you get the burning sensation on the soles of your feet? And numbness on your fingertips? I have that as we speak. Well, the burning on the soles of the feet is common. It's nerve damage. But the numbness in the fingers... But it did tell me if it gets to the stage, the numbness, where I can't button my shirt, yeah, then they'll send me for an operation, which I totally don't want. Oh, right leg and foot. I get it mostly on my fingertips. Now, I have been getting it down my left arm, and that was getting worrying. But that's abated somewhat, so maybe it's just passing. It is, absolutely. But you want a good tip about that burning? If you can't sleep, get yourself a desk fan. Keep it low on a small table. And when you sleep, let's say, keep your feet outside the quilt and have the desk fan, blowing cold air on your feet. Unbelievable relief. Yeah. It actually works for me, the burning. So, at least, I can kind of drift off to sleep then. But if it gets really bad, if you've got a desk fan around, just try that. See what you think. Sometimes my left arm goes numb, tingly. Yeah. Mind, yeah. It's gone numb. Yeah, numb like you've been sleeping on it, yeah. Oh, sitting in all chairs for me can be rough. The only chance I have is something with no back support, like a stool. But as I stream, you've probably heard me. About every 25 minutes or so, I stand up. Yeah. The only chance I have is when I'm lying down. But even at that, I've got to scrunch myself in a kind of certain position to get some relief. Or when it gets really bad, when I need to sleep, I will literally sleep on a hard floor for relief. That's uncomfortable, but at least it takes the edge off the pain. My doc's never mentioned about getting older thing. No, really? Or the other thing you mentioned. Well, the fan I discovered myself. But, yeah. The specialist said to me, he said, well, with my problem, mine is a bulged disc. It's not slipped, it's bulged. 1 second, I'll get rid of this alarm. And he said there is a possibility as I get older, once my discs start to decompress, that it might recede a little bit and take the pressure, let's say where it's pushing on my spinal cord. Even if it goes back, a tiny, tiny bit, if it recedes back, even like, a few hairs thickness, it will make a big difference. But Google it, yeah, check it out and see if the same thing would apply to your condition. Oh, definitely, yeah. No, they never mentioned that to me now. But he did say the numbness on the fingers, he did tell me I was going to get that. So he was spot on with that. And he said if it gets to the stage where I can't button my shirt, yep, it's time to pay the piper then, so to speak. But he was pretty honest with me. He said the procedure is extremely risky, high risk and low reward, even if it works. 3 outcomes. My pain would become, let's say, the way he explained it, 20% less. Right? The other one was, it might become much worse. Much, much worse. And the third one was, I could be paralyzed from the neck down. So, hitting the jackpot would be 20% less pain. But such a risk, So he said, we really don't want to do it unless we absolutely have to do it. But it would involve taking a piece from my hip and not fusing it, hammering it, whatever to do, into my spinal cord. And then obviously strapping it in with some wire. Now, at my age, taking a piece from my hip is not a good idea. I almost certainly would have to get within the next 10 years or so a hip replacement. That's dodgy. I've had 2 friends who passed away because of a hip replacement from complications, blood clotting, you know. One died about a year after a hip replacement, and another guy kind of lingered on for about 3. Hmm. In the beginning, before I got used to my pain, my daughter would help me get dressed like shirts and t-shirts and buttons. I can still do the buttons and stuff. Yeah, that's kind of okay for me. It's just the pain. Hmm. But it's never gotten to the stage where I couldn't do the buttons. Thankfully. Hmm. Obviously not, yeah, the undergarments. But even that was a huge task. Yeah. Oh, my mic's gone out. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me, Stephen? When I turn down the volume on the game. When it's up to the max. Hmm. Oh, it's your phone. Ah, I see. No problem. Ah, that's good. Yeah, there's too much to do here, guys, for me to carry on. This is not a small job. And I'll have all of this patched. I'll have that wall repaired, I'd say, by the next time I get back. And I'll have a few ideas for what I want to do with this. But I've been on 6.5 hours. And my kid is actually getting ready for school, so I need to go to the store early anyway, regardless. So he'll be going to school within the next hour or so. So yeah, I think I'll get something to eat and I'll leave it here, guys. But yeah, 6.5 hours. It's not bad. I really didn't feel it going on this one. So I will save this. And I'll be going straight to a raid, guys. And obviously I will be back tomorrow at the same time. And we'll see if any of our friends are streaming, and we can show them some support. But not until obviously I say goodbye to all of you guys. So goodbye, Lyle. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Take care and stay safe, and have a great day tomorrow. And you too, Stephen. Goodbye, Lyle. Stay safe. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out, Stephen. I really enjoyed our conversation. So have a good one, Stephen, and stay safe. Also to Hufflepuff, Lady Grey, and Blonde. Take care, ladies. And have a good day. Also MJ. Take care, MJ. And FGS and Tigger also, if you're watching, guys. And let's see who else was here. And of course Templar. Take care, Templar. And thanks again for stopping by. And Yoshi. Stay safe, Yoshi. No problem, MJ. No problem. My pleasure, MJ. And appreciate that, MJ. No, it's okay. I'm actually the same. When I'm watching a stream, I kind of prefer to be in the background. I totally understand 100%. No problem. And again, MJ, my sincere condolences for your loss. And take care and stay safe, MJ. And I mentioned Josie and Lyle. Let's see. I know there was a few more. Of course, Echo and Zoe. Take care, guys. And thanks for stopping by. And Vault Boy. Have a good one, Vault Boy. No problem. Anytime, MJ. Um, you know what my memory is like, guys. Strange enough, I remember most of it tomorrow. Long-term memory is pretty good. Short-term memory is... Oh, and of course, Phoenix. Yeah, have a good one, Phoenix. Yeah, short-term memory has taken quite a few hits over the years. Ah, well. Someone once said to me, you can't have memory and great looks. Okay. Yeah, we'll go and we'll see who's streaming, guys. But again, guys, to everyone who was watching, appreciate the support, guys. And everyone, take care and stay safe and have a great day tomorrow. So, let's see who's streaming. Oh, I almost forgot. Hufflepuff as well. Yeah, take care, Hufflepuff. And thanks again for stopping by. You're probably asleep now. Yeah, she was saying she was really tired and trying to get some sleep. But again, thanks, Hufflepuff.